afternoon, everybody. It's Tuesday, April 19, 2022. I'm Jason Salimi, the mayor of the city of Pinole, and I call to order the regular meeting of the Pinole. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance in honor of the U.S. military troops. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We'll move on to item number 2, land acknowledgement. Before we begin, we would like to acknowledge the Ohlone people who are the traditional custodians of this land. We pay our respect to the Ohlone elders, past, present, and future, who call this place Ohlone land, the land that Pinole sits upon, their home. We are proud to continue the tradition of coming together and growing as a community. We thank the Ohlone community for the stewardship and support, and we look forward to strengthening our ties as we continue our relationship of mutual respect and understanding. Item number 3, roll call, city clerk reports and statement of conflict. Madam City Clerk, good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Salimi,
Here.
Vice Mayor Murphy,
Here.
Councilmember Tave,
Here.
Councilmember Toms, here, Councilmember Martinez Rubin.
Here.
Mayor and council, the agenda was posted on Thursday, April 14th at 4 p.m. with all legally required notices. One written comment was received in advance of the meeting, distributed to the council and published online. Does the council have any conflicts to report this evening? That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll then move on into item number 4, which is convened to a closed session. Tonight we have a conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, and pursuant to government code 54956.9D1, we'll be discussing about MPV construction. Do we have any public comments, please?
No virtual comments.
I don't see anybody here.
There are no
Nobody?
in-person
Okay.
comments either. Thank you.
Thank you. It's 5:02 and we'll come back at 5:35 p.m. Thank you. The result of the closed session. There is no reportable action at this moment. I will then move on to item number 6, which is citizen to be heard. Madam City Clerk, good evening. I will move on with people on Zoom and then public and then Zoom and public again. We have anybody who wish to talk tonight, please?
No, Mayor, not at this time on Zoom.
Thank you. Any public comment in person?
Yes, we have Rafael Menace.
Okay, not,
Actually, not
at
for
this
citizen.
thank you. So I'm going back to Zoom. Zoom once, Zoom twice, nobody?
Nobody.
Okay, going back to public, nobody here. So I will close item number 5 and then move on to, close item number 6 and move on to item number 7, which is report and communications. Item 7A, Mayor's report. I do not have anything at this moment tonight. I will then move on to item 7B, which is mayoral and council appointments. We don't have any tonight. Item 7C, city council committee report and communication. I would please invite you to limit your comments and report in 3 minutes. We'll start with Councilmember Thomas. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I have a few things to report. Last night, I attended a West Contra Costa Unified School District planning meeting for the Pinole Valley High School family. The next meeting will be on May 10th, and that's going to take place at Hercules High School. So people can sign up on the website for the high school regarding that. Councilmember Tave and I had a code meeting, and one of the results of that will be a later agenda item. And then finally, we had a naming committee meeting, and that's where we talk about naming certain things on city property. And we're moving forward with a recommendation, perhaps at the next council meeting, with a plaque in Amber Schwartz Park in honor of Dean Allison, who was formerly a public works director for the city of Pinole. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, please go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon, good evening, Mayor, as well as the public. Just a couple of updates. I also joined Councilmember Thomas at the strategic planning session in Pinole last night. Do want to encourage Pinole residents as well as West Contra Costa Unified School District community to attend these planning sessions. They're an opportunity for us to think about how to support and also collaborate with our school district and of course support our students as well as our school community. So if you do have some time, please check out the next strategic planning session and of course email our school board members if you have any feedback. If you cannot attend those sessions, that'd be an opportunity for you to at least have your feedback shared with those key stakeholders. So it was a great session. I appreciated it, and hopefully we can have more engagement in the community around that. I wanted to give a quick update on the MCE front. There's a couple of big announcements that I think are really both tied to our Pinole community and can benefit us. First and foremost, I wanted to speak on a recent announcement by MCE Clean Energy. We have now released our $6 million program. This $6 million program is all around increasing decarbonization and, of course, our electric grid reliability. With the $6 million, we're going to start really talking to our customers and participants and offering incentives for reducing energy consumption, with a focus specifically on reducing energy consumption in the summer from hours 4 to 9 p.m., which are peak hours. This is very exciting, again, because as we are an MCE member and customer, we can now tap into this funding. And so I hope that residents will check this out and find opportunities to possibly benefit from these incentives. But in addition to that, we also recently announced a $3.5 million clean electrification program, which allows cities like ours to tap into funding through MCE to have more electric vehicle charging stations. Again, a huge opportunity, as we are one of the member communities of MCE that we get to tap into in terms of funding. So I say this to the public, I say this to our council as well as city staff. Here are opportunities in front of us for us to create partnerships. And I think on the clean energy front, we're really, MCE is really pushing on ensuring that there's better partnerships. And then last but not least, I just wanted to announce that as as a member of the MCE Clean Energy Executive Committee, next week we'll be heading to myself as well as another member, El Cerrito Mayor Gabriel Quinto, are heading to Washington, D.C. for the first trip to lobby for MCE's clean energy policies. And so we'll be talking to our congressional delegation around Contra Costa County, talking about some of the importance of clean electrification, as well as, again, electric grid reliability and other climate adaptation and resiliency programs. So this is exciting. MCE is now doing a lot more federal advocacy so that we can get more resources here in Pinole, as well as other member communities. But as you all know, I'm a little biased to our city. And so we have a lot of opportunity to really push the map. So I'm excited to announce those. And last but not least, just want to say, as this past Sunday was Easter Sunday, happy Easter to everyone, as well as happy Passover and Ramadan Kareem. I have moved my coffee and conversation to this upcoming Sunday. So on Sunday, April 24th, my monthly coffee will be at 9 a.m. at East Bay Coffee. I invite the public to come out and let your issues be known. Would love to talk to you. So thanks again. And thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Martinez-Uguen, please go ahead.
Good evening, council members. My brief report is about having attended the WestCat board meeting this past Thursday, the 14th. A couple of items of interest would be WestCat is, the board is considering its return possibly to chambers. If you recall, they have met here in the past. So staff will be hearing from their staff about that interest, considering possibly hybrid meetings and or simply in-person meetings, depending on what works out. The other item of business at that board meeting was a short-range transit plan, which is about having the board, the WestCat board, consider, along with staff's analysis, the different adaptations, adjustments that have to be made given population growth and all kinds of other things that are going on in West Contra Costa in the areas that the agency services, and that would be considerations for a 5-year period, whereas in the past that short range was more of a decade, 10 years, but recognizing that there are a number of uncertainties now post-COVID, and also attempts at trying to increase ridership and augment the different ways that could be planned to increase that ridership back to pre-COVID levels, if at all, to be seen whether that's going to happen or not. So staff will be working on a number of analyses to try to come up with a plan that would take into consideration the best approaches, and they probably will be reaching out as well to our staff about what we think, or the city thinks here, City of Pinole thinks would be best with regard to transit in Pinole. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tave, please.
Yeah, just wanted to say happy belated Easter to everybody. I attended the Bay Hills Church event over at Pinole Middle. It was a lot of fun, a lot of families out. Everybody had a great time. So I just wanted to say thank you to that community, that community service that happened. I know there was a lot going on with the church, the school, and making that event happen, but there were a lot of families that were very happy to be out. So I just want to say a big thank you to Bay Hills Church and to the school district.
Thank you, Councilmember Tave, sorry. That concludes item number 7C, and then I will move on to item 7D. Madam City Clerk, do I have any public who wish to talk about item 7D, request for future item, the agenda?
We do have one virtual hand, Cordell Hindler.
Please go ahead. Loud and clear, go ahead, please.
So, good evening, Mayor Salini, council members. My name is Pinole Hindler, and I'm a Richmond resident. So, I have some new items to bring to you to put on the agenda for next month. It's for the council to invite the executive director to come talk to you all about the Contra Costa Transportation Authority, what they're working on. That's one idea, and then the second idea is to have Sabrina Landreth to provide an update regarding on how COVID has impacted services around our parks. So I'm asking that the council would consider inviting them to come for a future meeting. That's it.
Thank you. Any member of the public? None?
No.
Okay. No more virtual hands on Zoom. Okay. Then I will turn it back to Councilmember Tave. Please go ahead. Any item, please.
No items.
Thank you. Councilmember Martinez-Ruben. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
I don't have any items right now.
Thank you.
And no items.
No item. Okay, I don't have any item. That will conclude item number 7D. Then I will move on to Mr. City Manager. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. I just wanted to mention to the public and remind you all that we'll have a special city council meeting next Tuesday that'll focus on reviewing the preliminary proposed version of the long-term financial plan and also getting some early input from the city council regarding changes from our status quo budget that we'd like to see implemented next year. We're involving the full city council earlier in the budget development process this year than we did last year. That's going to give us a little bit more time to hear from the city council some new ideas you have and to vet the cost and feasibility of some of those before we have to make a final decision on those. I also want to mention that at our next regular meeting, which will be on May 3rd, a number of interesting items on the agenda. One, it'll be Public Service Employee Recognition Week. And so the City for Employee Engagement and Recognition is going to have a week-long set of activities for employees. We'll have, of course, a proclamation as well. It's also Municipal Clerks Week. We'll have a presentation by the Greenbelt Alliance, which is a council-requested presentation on some resilience work they've been doing. We'll have a couple contracts for your consideration. One is to update our antiquated land use planning software, Trackit, to a new version. We'll also be hoping to get approval for a contract for the vendor to complete our climate action plan, which is a priority of the councils you funded this year. We'll have third quarter reports on our standard items, financial investment, CIP and the like. And finally, we'll get an update on the completed local road safety plan. So we've been reaching out for a lot of community input on mobility network hotspots. So we'll hear what the consultants have identified and what they're recommending. And finally, at that meeting on the 3rd, we'll be discussing the preliminary proposed budget. So a big agenda of a lot of interesting items coming up on May 3rd. That's all I have. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. I will then close item 7E and then open item 7F, City Attorney Report. Good evening, sir. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just briefly wanted to thank the Municipal Code Update Subcommittee. We did have our last meeting on April 11th, and they moved forward the update to the encroachment lien permit ordinance, as well as the AB 481 ordinance that is on the agenda for this evening. Our next meeting is scheduled for Monday, May 9th, and we'll be discussing an update to the city's code of ethics, as well as some cleanup items related to the code enforcement lien related ordinances and code enforcement related municipal code sections. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, sir. That concludes item number 7E and 7F. Madam City Clerk, any public comments?
No public comments.
No public comments? Okay, thank you. That concludes item number 7. Then we'll move on to our citizen to be heard has been completed, but I will, before I move on to item 8, I will reopen item number citizen to be heard. Item number 6, I will reopen it. Go ahead. You should have to form after, ma'am.
Are we on yet? Okay. Thank you for the time. This is addressed to our mayor. I attended the last planning commission meeting where the project for townhomes and condos where the previous doctor's hospital is located was discussed. I neither supported nor was opposed to the project, but felt there was room for improvement. However, it appears that when someone criticizes a development for one reason or another, it's because they are opposed to housing, specifically low-income housing. Well, I'm speaking to put that argument to rest as being false information. While I believe the Planning Commission could have taken steps to improve the project, housing at that site is at least in conformance with the neighborhood, unlike the Kmart project. I want to reiterate that I'm opposed to the 223-unit 5-story apartment complex at Kmart because most importantly, it takes away commercial zoning space for economic development. Secondly, that too many units, too dense for the area as it's designed, was always meant for commercial use as well as being a thoroughfare to the parkway. Thirdly, for those of you who think that this is affordable housing, you are mistaken, as only 27 units are set aside for that. The rest will be at market rate, and depending upon the size of the unit, which will range from probably over $2,000 for a studio, as well as $3,000 for a 2-bedroom and office. And essentially, this could be used as a 3-bedroom apartment. At this time, I'm not going to go into the other details of the poor design of the complex, but I will say it does not align itself with our specific corridor plan, and any zoning incentives the developer may have applied for contradict the specific corridor document. My objection is simple: take it back to the drawing board, receive public input at a town hall meeting. Next, I'd like to comment on the Finance Subcommittee meeting where Mayor Pro Tem Murphy attended while on Zoom. Against all policy and ordinances, he advertised his campaign while speaking on Zoom, where he had a large campaign sign posted on the wall behind him. No argument will convince me that this was done accidentally. Mr. Murphy is a seasoned politician who is in the throes of climbing the ladder to become a professional politician. And I find it coincidental that he did this when neither the city manager or the city attorney were in attendance. Ironically, he is running for office that includes the Contra Costa County Elections Department. I'm expected to have confidence in him when he doesn't even adhere to basic campaign laws. I believe he should be formally admonished, and the running of that particular meeting on PCTV should not be shown, or at the very least, his screen should be blacked out so as not to give the appearance that Pinole supports his campaign. Lastly, it's always been that unless a citizen is asking questions under citizens to be heard, the council should not comment on the issues that are being heard, as that lends itself to a debate, and that is not permitted under the Brown Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public on Zoom?
Yes, we do have Roy Swearingen.
Good evening, sir. Please go ahead.
Mr. Swearingen, are you able to unmute yourself?
Hello?
Yes, we can
Good
hear
evening.
you.
We can hear you loud and clear. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. I too was appalled at what I saw at the Finance Committee meeting. Unfortunately, I was unable to be at that meeting, but the fact that Councilmember Murphy took liberties using the city as a backdrop for his own personal campaign program was appalling. And I think that should be reported to the FPPC. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We are already on item, we are about to close citizen to be heard, and we are already on item 8. Is there anybody who wants to make a public comment and on the item not listed? Madam Rico, please go ahead, stand. You can fill up your form later.
Good evening, everyone. Sorry if I'm a little bit tardy. But the good news, the baby goat has been found and reunited with its mother. So I know many people in Pinole were paying attention to that, that strange occurrence. My name is Yvette Rico. I'm the chair of Pinole for Fair Government, and I'm here tonight to bring you up to date on the community conversations, as I promised I would at the last council meeting. On Saturday, the 23rd, our chief of police, Neil Gang, will be our guest at the Community Playhouse, which is located at 601 Tennant Avenue. The doors will open at 12. The presentation begins at 1. It will end at 2, and there'll be a half-hour question and answer session. After that, we have quite a lineup for you, and the following community conversations will be held at a different location. We're proud to present with the thank you to our host, the Christ the Lord Episcopal Church at 592 Tennant Avenue. On Saturday, May 7th, Mayor Vincent Salimi. On Saturday, May 21st, Supervisor John Joya. On Saturday, June 11th, Fire Chief Chris Winkop, sorry. On Saturday, June 18th, Community Development Director Lily Whalen. On Saturday, July the 9th, Trustee Jamila Smith Foles will be at Fernandez Park for a community conversation in the park from 10 to 12. Again, 10 to 12. On Saturday, July 18th, City Manager Andrew Murray will be our guest at noon at the Christ the Lord Episcopal Church. We are having these conversations moderated by Pinole resident and former Executive Director of California LWV League of Women Voters, current CEO of California YIMBY, Melissa Breach. Please wear your mask, and thank you for hopefully attending. We believe this is the best way for the community to become involved, informed, and educated. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Any other comments?
No other comments.
Okay, I will then conclude item number 6, which was citizen to be heard, and we already concluded item number 7. I will move on to item number 8, which is recognition, presentations, community announcement. Item number 8A, proclamation. And tonight we'll start with the first recognition of the Education and Sharing Day. I would then invite the entire City Council to read that proclamation with me, please. Education and Sharing Day, April 12, 2022. Whereas equality education is one of the significant foundations of the continuing success of our state, our country, and our society at large. And in the city of Pinole, we strive for the betterment of all our citizens through an increased focus on education and sharing. And
whereas one of the leading global advocates for the advancement of education, the Lubavitcher Rabbi Menachem Schneerson stressed the importance of moral and ethical education as the hallmark of a healthy society, and strongly urged that education be reinforced by the inculcation of strong morals, values, and
whereas in recognition of the Rebbe's outstanding and lasting contributions toward improvements in world education, morality, and acts of charity, he was awarded the Congressional Gold Medal. And for more than 40 years, the United States Congress has established his birth date as a national day to raise awareness and strengthen the education of our children. And
whereas April 12th, 2022 marked the 120 years since Rebbe's birth and the date was celebrated across these United States and around the globe in tribute to the Rebbe's vision, guidance, and leadership. And
Whereas Shabbat of Richmond has been at the vanguard of Jewish outreach in the city of Pinole, bettering the lives of countless citizens. And whereas we can nurture the unity of diverse peoples through encouraging increased acts of goodness and kindness, imbued with awareness that even a single positive act of an individual can make a major impact in this world.
Now, therefore, I, Vincent Salimi, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, State of California, do hereby proclaim April 12th, 2022 as Education and Sharing Day in the City of Pinole. I had the chance to talk to Rabbi Wagner, who reached out to me a couple of weeks ago for that proclamation. He's not here tonight with us, but I'll be meeting him in person next week, in 2 weeks actually. So I will be giving that proclamation to him in person. Any public comments?
Yes, we do have one public comment. Cordell Hindler.
Please go ahead.
Yeah.
Yes.
Good. So, good evening, Mayor Salini, council members. Pinole, Henler, Richmond. So, I do want to thank the council for this proclamation. I was very impressed. So, I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments? None?
No
Any
more.
council comments? I think I spoke for everybody. Perfect. I will then thank you again, and we'll move on to the next proclamation, which is honoring Lorraine Hartnett on her retirement as Pinole's administrative secretary. Then I would invite everybody to join me, please. Whereas in March 2012, after retiring after 40 years of accounting in the private sector, Lorraine Hartnett started volunteering with the City of Pinole's accounting department, and
whereas her knowledge and skills were recognized, she was given more complex duties. And in January 2013, she was hired as a temporary part-time employee. And whereas when former city clerk Patty Athenor needed help with a state mandated spreadsheet project, the accounting department loaned Lorraine to the city clerk's office. And Clerk Athenor was so impressed with Lorraine's willingness to work and learn that in August of 2014, with less than 6 months of experience in the field, Lorraine was hired as a permanent part-time administrative secretary. And
whereas due to her amazing work ethic, strong attention to detail, research abilities, and always positive will-do attitude, she became a valued member of the City of Pinole team. And whereas for the last 8 years, she has been the glue that has held the clerk's office together through various staffing transitions and throughout 2 years of pandemic conditions. And
whereas she has acquired a large volume of information about how a municipality works and thus became a trusted source of historical city knowledge for staff and the public. And whereas she has created dozens of proclamations, assisted with every aspect of preparation of the city council meetings, has interacted with city clerks and mayors from around the Bay Area, and knows where just about all the city's records are kept. And
whereas Lorraine will be missed for her quick wit, upbeat personality, and cheerfulness. However, we wish her the best of luck and health, and know she will have lots of fun and more time for all her hobbies, including reading many great books in her retirement.
now, therefore, I, Vincent Salimi, Mayor of the City of Pinole, County of Contra Costa, on behalf of the City Council and the entire City of Pinole, do hereby commend Lorraine Hartnett for her exemplary service to the city and wholeheartedly wish her well in her retirement. Congratulations.
Beach.
Lauren, we'd like to invite you to the podium and then we'll hear back from everybody else who wants to speak about you. Would you like to make a comment? You're welcome. She just said not really, and thank you very much. Those are the words that I heard from where I'm standing. I would like to start with our council member. Thomas, please go ahead.
Lorraine, I just want to thank you for all of your work that you've done over the years. You have been so accessible and thorough and just incredible. So I appreciate all of your work, and I wish you all good things in the future. Thank you.
Pro Tem Murphy.
Lorraine, hi. You are remarkable. You are such a gem to the city. And I'm going to miss your emails. I'm going to miss your emails. Thank you. Thank you so much for being fair and inclusive and for teaching so many of us who are both up and coming and young and new and trying to learn so many things. I mean, you are truly a generalist of perhaps teaching us how to use Zoom too. But you truly have such a remarkable, just again, you're a coach, you're a teacher, and I'm just so thankful to have known you in my short time, both as a council member, but also as a planning commissioner. Just thank you. And please share with us what books you're reading, because that is part of our education. So don't leave us, please. No, but seriously, thank you for all you do. And I really have appreciated being able to work with you. And again, I am missing your emails, but really I feel like I'm missing such a great coach and teacher about the important work of being a public servant. So hopefully we can stay connected. And again, thank you for all you've done for our city.
Councilmember Martinez Ruben, please go ahead.
Well, no wonder you could put up with the penchant for proper punctuation in the proclamations that we received. So thank you, Lorraine, for that. From the smallest detail to your grand wit and cheerfulness, as was apparent in all the emails that we received from you, that you sent to us, whether it was to make sure that we filed on time our required forms 460 and 700 and any other follow-up that we might need to be attentive to, the mail in our boxes, which, you know, if I did not get your reminders, mailboxes would be full and not allow any more. But seriously, thank you for all that you have attended to in the city over the many transitions that you have been party to and witness of. And best to you. And I will miss your emails. I do miss the kindness that is reflected in that, along with all the other kinds of emails that council members receive. Those are a ray of sunshine, honestly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tave. Please go ahead.
I just have to say thank you. A lot of people in the crowd, Lorraine is a champion. I mean, a champion. She has been, the emails, I think everyone here can say every single email out of the hundreds of emails we get, we've read every single one of Lorraine's, because if Lorraine emails you, you have something to do, right? Like, I mean, you have a task and you have a deadline. Lorraine, it's been great working with you, and you have things that I have forgotten. You have reminded me, you have kept me on time. You've kept the paperwork, the forms 460 and 700 and all this stuff the state hits you with. You kept us, you know, on time. And I think every council member that's worked with you can say that your work ethic is solid. You will be missed. And I need to know the books you're reading, because people don't know this. I've called Lorraine personally in a panic. Where's this form? Where's that form? I'm lost. And she is a cool customer. You cannot rattle Lorraine. And I just want to say that steadiness helped me personally, helped me perform this task. And I just want to say thank you.
Thank you. We have a few things we'd like to give you, but before we do that, I would go back to our city treasurer who's here. Does he have any comment? I saw him earlier here.
Yes, Roy Swearingen, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Treasurer, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Lorraine was a real gem to our city staff for so many years, and in working with her, she was always got the answers immediately and took it as her personal endeavor to make sure that we were taking care of all of us. And I really appreciate that. I know she's had some difficult times, but even during those periods, she was always available and always took care of the city council and all of the issues and all of the needs that we had through filling out forms, et cetera, et cetera. It just goes on and on. Lorraine, thank you for so many years. And it is appreciated, believe me. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be right with you. So city manager, please go ahead.
Thank you. Just briefly, we had the opportunity to celebrate as staff, Lorraine and her many years of service. One comment I had for her at her celebration was that literally every interaction that I had with her in the over 2 years I've been here was positive, which is just incredible. And I'm not sure she can say the same thing of me. So just kind of the positive attitude and helpfulness and just excellence is really stands out. And she's going to be incredibly missed both professionally and personally.
Thank you. So city attorney, please go ahead.
I just wanted to congratulate Lorraine on your retirement. I'm going to miss working with you, your calming presence, your professionalism throughout, reminding me of things, even as the city attorney, and things I needed to sign and get on top of. So I really appreciate that. You'll be missed and just greatly appreciate your service to the city.
Thank you. Anybody else from the staff that wish to talk? I know I'm leaving the best for the end. So I know her department, I'm leaving it for the end because I know you're at the best department. So handing it to you. So I also would like to thank you, and I have a few things to give you. It has been a pleasure working with you. You've been so professional, and you'll be missed. Nobody will be able to replace you. We'll try, but it will be hard. But thank you so much. I will like to give you the proclamation, but I also would like the department that you work with to say a few words. Madam City Clerk and Madam Assistant City Clerk, you're welcome to speak. Please go ahead.
I'm going to keep this short. I just want to mirror everything. I hate that my back is to you, but I just want to mirror everything that everyone else said. But just personally, thank you for assisting me with the transition from the city manager's department to the city clerk's office. I couldn't have done it without you.
Okay, Lorraine, I'm going to try to maintain my smile here, but now there's tears, so this is tough. Lorraine is simply the best. Everything. I just want to underline everything that everyone has said already. I think the proclamation highlighted all the reasons why she was such an amazing employee. But more than that, she's just a very kind and fun person that made our days enjoyable. I think that's the last thing left unsaid is, she really just brought a lot of fun into the office. Over the last couple of years with the pandemic and through all the transitions, that was really important, not just for the clerk's department, but across the agencies. So, we thank you. I'm so glad you're getting this recognition. We've become very good friends over the past 3 years, so I know we'll keep in touch. She's just one of my very favorite people, and I hope she'll visit us often. And with that, I have a gift, which Mayor, I can give now, if that's okay.
Yes, I would actually invite you, Lauren, to come to join us. I would like to give you a few things as well. So please come here, and everybody else would be taking a picture all together with you. Thank you. Please come in. Thank you again, Lauren. Do we have any member of the public who wish to say something, please? Please go ahead.
Yes, we have Cordell Hindler. Yes.
So, good evening, Mayor Salimi, council members. Cordell Handler Richmond, and I'm trying to try to hold back my emotions. After seeing this, I was like, this is going to be hard to top. So I'm like, I think Miss Lorraine has done an outstanding job. In the city of Pinole, I mean, her smile is like lights up a room whenever she walks in, and I'm like, wow, she's done a remarkable job. So I'm like, I mean, it's very nice to see that people that appreciate her for all these years. And I'm like, I'm trying not to get all sentimental. So I'm like, I say, Miss Lorraine, you done yourself. So I'm like, read a lot of good books, go on a vacation, and take your time to focus on YOU. So I'll leave you with this quote from Martin Luther King Jr. Free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty, I'm free at last.
Mayor, we do have one in-person comment, Rafael Menace.
A lot of what could be said in praise of Lorraine has already been said, but at the same time, not enough has been. Her role is fundamentally hidden from the public. Working within the city clerk's office, a lot of the time, the general public is going to be interacting with Lorraine. They're not going to see how the work that she did made the city better. But it did, both through her personal character, her kindness, punctuality, her ability to keep everybody on track, while at the same time not being unduly negative about it. I'm sure we've all encountered those people in our lives who, when they inform you that you need to do something, they're not polite about it. They're harsh, perhaps. Lorraine was never harsh. She was always kind, polite, and correct. And so I think the city is going to be losing a great deal from her moving on, but as has been noted, she was working with us after she retired from her regular career, and she's well due her proper enjoyment and retirement. But the city is going to miss you, Lorraine, as everybody has stated. As I'm also going to stay as well, and I'm going to miss you. My personal interactions with you were, like City Manager Murray said, always positive, and I always, on a personal note, wanted to appreciate your kindness and consideration whenever I had to interact with you for any reason. Thank you so much for all the work you've done, and I hope you enjoy a long and full retirement. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's use the present when we talk about Lauren. She's still with us. She's still great. Any other members?
Yes, Yvette Rico.
Lorraine, you can't leave. Not before we file our reports on June 1st. So you've been so important in the position that you've held here. And we've been very fortunate in this city to have committed and dedicated staff. And committed and dedicated staff who, along with that, are kind and patient and are willing to help facilitate the process is a combination that's not easy to replicate. So I hope you have a wonderful retirement. Enjoy everything you ever wanted to do because you've done a heck of a job here. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member?
There are no more public comments.
No more? Okay, thank you. Thank you again, Lauren. And I would like everybody to give a round of applause. You can stay with us until 10:30 if you want. Okay, that concludes item number 8. And you can always come back. Always welcome here. That concludes item number 8, and I will move on to item number 8B, which is a presentation. And tonight we have a presentation from the Community Science Project presentation by Anna Morietti from the Friend of Pinole Creek Watershed and Dr. Wynne Cogger, Moore Institute for Plastic Pollution Research. Thank you so much for being tonight with us. And we'll have you make a presentation, and then the audience would ask you some questions. I just would like to invite you to limit your presentation to 10 minutes. We have a long agenda tonight, and if we can reduce it to 10 minutes, I would appreciate it. And I will give you a 1-minute reminder when you have 1 minute left. Thank you so much. I believe we have Pinole TV controlling it, and you just have to ask them to change the slide.
The city clerk is checking.
City clerk, okay.
On the remote.
I'm not counting those towards your 10 minutes. Just wanted to let you know. Go ahead.
Oh, excuse me, please make sure you turn. Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
My name is Anne Moriarty, City of Pinole, and I'm here with Dr. Wynne Cogger, who is our resident scientist, our project scientist. Also with members of the community and members of the team. Thank you for joining us. Good evening, Mayor Salimi, City Council members, staff, and community. We are here to present to you the results of the Community Science Project, Engaging Community Protect Pinole Creek Watershed. Let me take a minute to refresh our memories. The problem: trash, littering, and dumping in Pinole Creek. The project is a community science trash project that engages the community through multiple partnerships. The questions, there we go, that we asked, science questions, were: how much trash is in the creek? What types of trash are not most common, and where is that trash coming from? The partners on this project included Friends of Pinole Creek Watershed, the Contra Costa Conservation Resource District, Pinole Valley High Earth Team, the City of Pinole, Ellerhorst Elementary, and East Bay Mud. We were supported by the Thriving Earth Exchange, a part of the American Geophysical Union. And we wanted to give you a picture of some of those partners. Pinole has collaborated by expediting permitting, providing dumpsters and GIS maps, and directed staff time. For the next steps, we are asking for more staff time, help in publicizing events, and for you to make recommended policy and action interventions and fund future assessments. And just to see where we are right now, we're right here. So we started January, March 2021, and we're here a year and a half later. So back to the fall. One of the things we wanted to do was to let the community know how we recruited volunteers. So we went to the city dumpster day and handed out flyers and recruited several volunteers that way. Coastal Cleanup Day, the Pinole Library exhibit right up here. And we made presentations with various political groups and the Pinole Community Services Group, the Friends of Pinole Creek listserv, social media, and collaboration with Earth Team and Ellerhorst. Basically, what we had to do was not a standard trash cleanup project. To do the actual assessments, we used a standardized scientific protocol developed by the San Francisco Estuary Institute. This means that the results are comparable across the state and were able to address our scientific questions using data. We randomly selected sites along the main stem of the creek using a computer program. And we originally had targeted the entire watershed, but it was soon apparent that we had bit off more than we could chew. So we ended up with 24 sites in the creek itself, in the city of Pinole and beyond, up to the top of the watershed in Briones Regional Park. The protocol addresses trash in the creek, not alongside it. That means you can imagine that the trash in the streets and along the trails eventually ends up in the creek, but we may not have counted that trash. Here are some photos of some of the volunteer teams at work. The volunteer team logged more than 200 volunteer hours. City supported with dumpsters. Earth team, more than 120 volunteer hours. Hellerhorst was supported by Earth team, more than 60 volunteer hours. And what were the results? I'm going to turn it over now.
Thanks. That's been a lot of fun working with this group. This is really my bread and butter of research. Sorry, the clicker is jumping around. My bread and butter of research, I'm working with the Moore Institute for Plastic Pollution Research, got my PhD studying trash in the environment and rivers specifically. And I'm going to talk about the results. So this is the watershed here outlined in orange and the watershed within the city limits outlined in pink. The plot up there, I'm going to be referencing, you could imagine this is maybe cigarette butts and the percent of cigarette butts that we found at each of the sites. So the black dots on the sites on the map correspond to the black dots up in the plot. And then that pink line in the plot is the city limits. So everything to the left of that is within the city limits and everything to the right is above the city limits. So we're going to focus on what's within the city limits for this talk. So first, the community wanted to know how much of single-use food items are we finding out in the creek? And so you can see here that I have split up several different single-use food items and the amount of trash that we found at each of those sites. And within that pink square is the amount of single-use food items that we're finding within Pinole city limits in the creek. And you can see there it's highly elevated throughout many of the sites that we surveyed. Second thing we looked at was cigarette-related trash. And so we wanted to know where the cigarette-related trash was. And we find that all of the cigarette-related trash, cigarette butts, lighters, tobacco wrappers, is found within the city limits. And that at many of the sites, there is some elevated tobacco-related trash there. And then the last thing we wanted to know was where are trash hotspots? So where did we find a lot of trash? And on this map, the blue areas are actually the sites that are currently under total capture. So the city is capturing all the trash running off of those sites. And the red dots are where we found highly elevated amounts of trash in the creek. So these could be areas for further investigation for figuring out how best to handle the problem of trash in the creek. So we wanted to know how much trash was in the creek, and we made an estimate of 264 of these 35 gallon trash bins, your average household trash bin. So that might sound like a lot, but really when you put that down into how much trash that is per resident in Pinole, that's only 2 liters of trash per resident. So we think this really represents a big opportunity to make this creek one of the cleanest creeks in the entire Bay Area, if not, in the world. So really exciting.
So Dr. Cowger said with a little more investment, we could have the cleanest creek in the East or in the whole Bay Area. So how is Pinole currently investing? We have resource commitment with maintenance crews, trash capture devices, cleanups and service days, the sweeper truck, the ad hoc committee recommendations, and the styrofoam ban and consideration of further implementation. Basically, what we're going to do now is give you what the community is recommending as action and policy movements for the city. And so we did this together. You can't read this, you don't have to, but what it represents is a Zoom committee meeting of all of the people who were volunteers getting together. And that was summarized and then brought to another community meeting where other recommendations were made. We brought it back to finally summarizing different recommendations, and we'll list through those very quickly for you now. That we develop and or update city ordinances with foodware, enhancing the styrofoam food packaging ordinance, that we address the city or ordinance for cigarettes, that we identify high trash areas of concern and address the problem, that we create a city-owned trash bin inventory, use our data to inform the new trash bin locations and areas of concern. This is already on the CIP. We can move forward. That we initiate monthly trash cleanups, harnessing the power of community groups, not just the city, not just Friends of Pinole Creek. And that we institute an adopt a street or an adopt a spot program, which has been done in many other cities and which we can do. And then finally, that we initiate litter awareness outreach and educational programs in schools and the community. Finally, that we fund a follow-up trash assessment in 5 years. We'll be here, we will. So I just wanted to, this is our summary right there. And this will be available for you, but it's not all on you, okay? This is a long-term community and science collaboration. We commit to following up with the community, the council, and the staff to protect the Pinole Creek watershed.
Thank you for your presentation. This is a great presentation and I appreciate you limited to 10 minutes. I wish I could give you an hour and a half.
We're there.
I know everybody is here. What I will do here, I will start with public comments and return it back to the council. How many public comments do we have now, Madam City Clerk, in person?
In person, we have 10 cards.
We have 10 cards. I will limit everybody to 1 minute if it's possible per person. If we'll start with the first person, please.
I'll read the first three. So we have Itzel Gomez, Terrence Clark, Takala, and Victoria Serona Espinosa.
Where would you like them to go?
To the podium over there, please. Thank you. And each speaker will have 1 minute, please. Please go ahead. We'll start once you start talking. Thank you.
Okay, hello, everyone. My name is Itzel Gomez. I'm the program coordinator for Earth Team at Pinole Valley High School. I'm also a lifelong resident of San Pablo. I've been working with students at Pinole Valley High for about 4 years now. And so in these past 4 years, I've really been inspired by their dedication, their enthusiasm, their commitment to being a part of this community and showing up for the community. I guess in the last time that I have, I just wanted to emphasize how important it is for cities to provide safe, clean access to outdoor spaces, such as the beautiful Pinole Creek that you have here in the city. The creek is a wonderful natural resource and there's so much biodiversity. And in the time that I've spent working with students, I've learned and I've observed how quickly they come to appreciate and how quickly they come to nurture the creek once they've spent some time out there. So just wanted to emphasize the importance of listening to these students and listening to their concerns. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Terrence Clark Takala. I'm part of the Earth Team at Pinole Valley High School, and lately we've been taking care of the Pinole Creek, and we've done quite a few assessments actually, maybe like 3, 4, I believe. And throughout my time participating in it, I noticed that there's a lot of pollution in the creek, and there's a lot of stuff we can do about it too. Like if we keep gathering together thank you, sorry. If we keep gathering together to take care of the creek, I definitely think what Dr. Win Calgary said was possible. And yeah, over time I grew to care about the creek a lot and want to keep doing this. So yeah, thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Victoria Corona Espinosa, and I joined Earth Team because I liked what Earth Team was campaigning for and talking about. And I see how the creek really needs help with all the pollution and all the data we've collected. And
Please speak into the mic a little bit closer.
you can really see how the creek needs help, especially with the low levels of the creek now. More trash will accumulate and the water isn't as clean. And you can see all the trash that gets caught in the brush near the creek and that is in the creek, especially and with the low water and it being really dirty, you can't really see if there's trash in the water. And with joining Earth Team, I've just really gone to appreciate the creek and everything that they're about. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next three speakers are Randy Snook, Rafael Menez, and Angela DeGrit.
Please make sure to speak close enough to the microphone so people on TV can hear you. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Hello, everyone. My name is Randy Snook, and I'm an intern from Pinole Earth Team. It is a great pleasure of mine to be here to present some comments and concerns from my community. Whilst being on Earth Team, I have participated and led many events with my fellow interns and have learned a great deal of things alongside them. The foundations of sciences and cultures as we know it are incredibly complex and must be preserved, as change is soon to come. We turn to you, our city council and above, and trust you to solve these issues alongside us. It is our job to move toward progressiveness and collaboration. Whilst being on Earth Team, I have been a part of several group projects and community-driven events. These events have made me feel more connected to my community and my environment. It is of the utmost importance to me that we focus on our modern and future problems involving our overall environmental footprint. Being a part of a big community of like-minded individuals has broadened my sense of understanding for these pressing issues, and I'm looking toward myself and others to help solve them. The preservation of our beautiful land and oceans is something I'm willing to advocate for and protect at all costs. There's much evidence to announce that global issues are widening as time passes. This is very evident, but how we address these issues and curb them is something that requires pure dedication. I'm calling to you, this city council. Our leaders with all different kinds of backgrounds and experiences are aware of these problems because the impact is too great to overlook. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to take a moment to praise all the various groups that took part in the work that the Thriving Earth Collective did to make this whole project happen. You know, Earth Team has already spoken and will continue to speak. I'm sure the folks from Elhorst Elementary, the people from the various community groups who took part in a data gathering for this project. In large part, this was a community project assisted by city resources, to be sure, but drawn from the community for our collective benefit, and that deserves praise. Secondly, I'd like to point out that the charts listed appear to be logarithmic charts. So as you go higher up on the charts, it's an order of magnitude change. So that might influence how you interpret them. And I would urge the council to consider carefully the recommendations made by the Thriving Earth Team and implement them so far as it's possible. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Angela David. I am a junior at Pinole Valley High School and is currently an intern for Earth Team. Joining Earth Team was one of the best things I became a part of. Being involved in these projects opened my eyes into a different perspective on how people treat the Earth. One of the first things we did as interns were litter cleanups. During the cleanups, we would observe and unfold what we have collected. Along with these are creek assessments. In these creek assessments, we observed and tested the well-being of the creek. By doing so, we collected samples from the creek to see things such as the pH samplings. Apart from this, our Earth Team interns are working on science projects for GLOBE. GLOBE is an organization that helps connect people worldwide to help the environment. The science project I'm working on answers the question to what does litter do to the creek? By doing so, we have.
I'll let you conclude. I'll give you another 30 seconds. Please go ahead. Take your time.
By doing so, we have collected water from the creek and tested the water quality. Afterwards, we gathered litter that was found in the waters and put them in jars of creek water. We used the 6 jars to see what the effects of each kind of litter are. We checked up on the jars once a week. At the moment, we have discovered surprising results. From the scent and physical aspects of it, we can really tell that they are very harmful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last 4 speakers are Natalie Sunlas, Derek Manahan, Vanapa Devang Prakan, excuse me, and Nicole Castillo.
I'm Nicole Castillo, an Earth Team intern and also a student at Pinole Valley High School. And I find a lot of tranquility and peacefulness in being outdoors and outdoor spaces. But being along Pinole Creek can be very frustrating due to the amount of litter we find in there. And we need to change. And I asked the city to fund and organize more community-based litter cleanups to raise more awareness, as well as clean up the creeks more and more often, because I can't express just how much garbage there is there. And it's not peaceful as I feel in places like Point Pinole. And it's just, yes, we need, sorry, I need to collect my thoughts. We just need more, we need to raise more awareness. And one way that we can do that is by making more funded litter cleanups by the, I'm sorry. We need to conclude. Okay.
Can I go ahead? Continue. I'll wait. Go ahead.
Ask Pinole City Council to fund and plan more litter cleanups to make our creek. I'm sorry. Basically, please fund and create more community-based litter cleanups to raise awareness as well as to clean up the creek because it's very frustrating. Thank you.
Well done.
Hi, my name is Derek Manahan. Being an Earth Team intern allowed me to explore the part of the Pinole area that many people seem not to notice, which is the Pinole Creek. Before this internship, I had no idea that the creek ran next to my school, outside Sprouts, near Collins Elementary, and other places in the city that I pass by every single day. My experiences being around the creek taught me something, which is that many people who litter don't seem to think about the consequences of their actions. In the case of our creek and community, I believe that many people in Pinole are littering because they're unaware of the local effects that it has on the Pinole Creek and our community as a whole. Because of this, I'd like to say that more things should be done to increase the visibility of the creek. And as the Pinole City Council, I think that it's something that should definitely be considered.
Hi, everyone. I'm Vanapa Dongprachon, a member of Earth Team and a student at Pinole Valley High School. Behind Pinole Valley High School remains a part of the Pinole Creek, and instead of preserving its natural beauty, it's littered with cans, glass bottles, plastic wrappers, and even synthetic textiles that do not break down. There's trash trapped beneath the soil surface, stuck in between branches in the creek's water. And this not only pollutes our air, but neglects the many living habitats of Pinole that we're fortunate enough to have in our city. I worked alongside a member of Earth Team to clean up the litter next to school, but the trash load required more than a couple of people to make a difference in the area. We discovered a number of plastic bottles, plastic food wrappers, and which were one of the most commonly found pieces of litter. The creek makes Pinole unique, and it deserves more protection for our city's living ecosystems. Thank you.
Hello, I'm a freshman at Pinole Valley High and as well as a student intern at Earth Team. I joined Earth Team because as a resident of Pinole, trash in the city would always catch my attention. I would see it near stores, my school, gas stations, but I was especially interested in the effect it had on the nature of Pinole. Seeing the creek the way it was when I had my first litter assessment with Earth Team really opened my eyes. I wondered who had the responsibility of cleaning it up, and when I joined, I finally understood that. I wanted to participate in the cleaning and beautification of Pinole to improve the life of residents and wildlife here that would be affected. Since I've joined Earth Team, I came to realize what people get out of working in Earth Team. I've had a lot of amazing learning experiences with so many opportunities opened up to me. Earth Team also helped me to open up to new people when I worked with my teammates to clean Pinole Creek, plant in the native plant garden.
Please continue.
And perform water testings. One of my favorite experiences was working with Ellerhorst Elementary when we would guide students, and I learned a lot about myself as a leader in the process.
Thank you. I'm very proud of you. What you just did in 1 minute, something that a lot of adults are not even able to do in 3. And speaking in front of us, in front of Pinole TV, requires a lot of courage. Thank you so much. And City Clerk, any other public comments, please?
We have a couple on Zoom.
How many?
2.
2, 1 minute each, please. Go ahead.
Okay. We'll start with Cordell Hindler. Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
So good evening, Mayor Sweeney, Council, Pinole, Henler, Richmond. So I was very impressed with the young people that stand up before you all. I was very impressed. So they deserve a round of applause too. I was like impressive. So I do come up to Point Pinole on occasionally, and so I want to teach my nieces and nephews to enjoy nature. So I'm thinking that this is a good place for them to enjoy nature. But as a couple of speakers had mentioned, they pick up trash, like candy wrappers, cigarette butts, all of that stuff. And it's very frustrating. So I'm thinking that these youth have done a tremendous amount of work in a short amount of time. So as one of the speakers stated, they need more funding. And so I'm thinking whatever amount of money is to produce these monthly cleanups is more important. So I like it. And so with that, I'll yield my time to the next person.
We have a telephone call. Last 4 numbers 5748.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I'd like to thank the group with Ann Moriarty and the Ellerhurst School group and the other people that participated in this study that I think can help the city and give them more direction as they need to understand what is really happening out there in the creek and around the city. And I wanted to add 2 or 3 things to that list that she did. I don't know if any discussion or studies were done on microfibers with polyethylene and styrofoam, but there seems to be a big problem with that with the fast food restaurants in and around the city, whether we can charge them a user tax to help dispose and control the litter. And the other thing is the sandbags that the city of Pinole uses with their annual winter sandbag program is done with plastic polyethylene. And that breaks up into microfibers, and that goes down into the drain systems and the creek. And a lot of cities are converting into burlap bags instead. The sandbags break up after 1 use or 2 during the winter and the summer, and then they break down in tiny fibers.
What's your last item, please, sir?
Lastly, there's open trash bins all over the city, about a dozen of them, with the old trash cans with the lids falling off around Pinole Park, the barbecue grove on Adobe Road. And I thought we had new multi-use recyclable trash bins to put out, but they haven't been replaced. So they get filled up or get
Thank you, sir.
knocked down, and they end up in the system
Thank
as
you.
well.
We have one more, Paula Jarvis.
Good evening, ma'am. Please go ahead. You have 1 minute to speak, please.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Please go ahead.
My name is Paula Jarvis. This whole involvement in this project was for all of them. And like this.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
No more public comments.
Perfect. Then I will turn it back to the council. Can you, I will ask if we can go back to that slide with all the recommendation. I believe it was the last one. You can put it back, please. Not yet this one. It's that was a previous slide. Thank you. Those are the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 or 8 items that you are recommending. Just want to clarify to the city council that was a presentation tonight, and those were the recommendation. And I will turn it back to each the council member for 3 minutes of question comments. Council member Tav, please go ahead.
So a couple words come to mind, civic engagement, right? I mean, this is amazing. And I got to tell you, just sitting in the chair and seeing a lot of young people that are passionate about something, especially it's close to everybody in the city, is really important. So I want to thank all of you for coming up, going on record, and making your voices heard. It's critical for this engine to work, right? So we've heard you, and thank you for that. A couple questions I had last time when we proposed this, and it kind of led to one of the red dots that you had on that map was the Caltrans, off ramp and on ramp. I know that I drive by that twice a day, right? On ramp and off ramp, and it's continually getting dirty, and the storm drains are usually clogged. How much of the work that you did can relate back to that, especially in those zones, if at all? Did we look at sources, particularly to storm drain?
I think that there would need to be more research done at those hotspots to figure out exactly why. Is it the highway? There were a lot of other things going on at that particular site. There was a parking lot. There were also some dumpsters that were open. There were also some homeless encampments. So it was just like every source under the sun that we typically think about, all kind of right there. And you could tell too, that was the only site that's currently has total capture at it, but still is very dirty. So yeah.
Thank you for that. And did you differentiate between wet weather data and dry weather data?
We did try to look and see if there were wet weather versus dry weather effects in the data, and we didn't see any.
Okay,
So we're seeing,
concentrate.
similar concentrations in wet weather and dry weather at the sites.
Okay, great. Yeah, thank you for the presentation. This is really positive for the community and just want to thank you guys for organizing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tave. Councilmember Martinez Ruben, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks everyone for coming out and participating. At the onset of this project, there was more to do than just pick up trash. And evidently your comments have demonstrated that. You mentioned the experience provided you increased awareness of something that is beautiful and belongs to you here in Pinole. It's the creek. And you also mentioned and that early on, possibly you asked whose responsibility is it to keep the creek clean? What I appreciated hearing from you is your acknowledgement and recognition that it belongs to all of us and that it is responsibility of all of us. It's not just the city council, it's not just the community members, it's the people that you will invite as we will invite to participate in activities like this as well. 2 questions to our scientists, please. One of them is about the amount of trash. Although there may be some areas of concern that reflect highly elevated amounts of trash, there's also distinction that some members of the public or community may make, and that is acceptable levels of trash versus significant levels of trash. And you use the term highly elevated. So if you can elaborate on that a little bit more, please. Also, in spite of the higher elevated amounts of trash, and that I take it to mean across the watershed, that there is a possibility of reducing the amount of trash if everyone did their share. So can you please also elaborate on the optimistic aspect of this? And that is that with a little bit more effort, the 2 liters of trash per resident, we have a population a little bit over 19,000. Now, some of those are infants. So I'm wondering the calculation, how that calculation came to be. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Yeah. So in terms of the highly elevated, I think that what the community is saying is that they don't accept any levels of trash. There's no kind of amount of trash that they would like to see in the creek. They'd like to see a totally clean creek, and that's really consistent with policies and recommendations that are going throughout the state. I mean, you see like the trash amendments, for example. The reason why we're doing total trash capture in Pinole Creek is because of the trash amendments, and that the goal behind that policy is completely clean creeks. I mean, to my knowledge, there isn't a recommended good level of trash in creeks. And so in that figure, I was looking at sites where the sites were higher than basically anywhere else that we were looking at in the creek, and just trying to point those out as opportunities for, you know, if we're going to put some effort and resources into a spot, we want to make sure that it's worth our effort, not just go to the cleanest sites, go to the dirtier ones first, clean those up, or propose management actions that are going to target those. And then in terms of the optimistic question, could you repeat that part of the question?
Thank you, Dr. Cowger. So there were areas of highly elevated amounts of trash. And the desire, the ambition is to have a pristine creek. So when we break down the volume that you determined was present during the time of the study, and you also mentioned in the presentation, this, if I understood correctly, is comparable also to having residents collect 2 liters of trash. I didn't quite understand that, what
Right.
that meant.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, good question. So we took the average amount of trash that we were finding at these sites. This was a randomized study design, so we could use the averages to try to estimate over the entire creek. So we did an estimation of how much trash was in the entire creek using that technique. And then with that, we just divided the total amount of trash, that 264 of those big, large household trash bins, by the number of residents in Pinole, to get that number of 2 liters per resident. Just as kind of like a back of the envelope, understanding the magnitude of the problem here. We're not talking about a situation where everyone is dumping all of their household waste into the, creek. That's not the situation that we're faced with right now. We're faced with
with a problem that that I think is very manageable.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have time for one more?
3 minutes, but go ahead. You always have time.
My
I always have
follow-up
time for
question was, do I have time for one more?
you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you.
30-second answer.
So the desire to have a pristine creek then goes beyond just the creek itself, right? We are part of an ecosystem. Can you tell us whether it's Ms. Moriarty or yourself, Dr. Calgar, why, again, we're looking at the creek as one element of an ecosystem? That's part of the verbiage that the project used.
Yeah, sure. The creek is part of a larger ecosystem, and that includes not just what we see in the biotic environment, but it includes the community of humans as well. So it's not just looking at the health of the creek just for the sake of the creek itself, although it is worthy to look at that, but it also includes the entire community of humans and the entire community beyond the creek itself and what it means to all of us.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Mayor Pro Tem, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mrs. Moriarty and Mr. Calgar, for your presentation. Still trying to get my thoughts together, honestly. I was so moved by your focus on data, and data, not just the quantitative data, but the qualitative data of human experience. And I'm so thankful, really thankful for your leadership. I'm really thankful for your leadership. When you talk about an ecosystem between the people and the government and the creek and the air and our decision-making power, speaks to me. And I am really grateful that you all are helping us make more data-driven and evidence-based decisions. That's really, really helpful, but it's also, it's moving. And so I just want to thank you both for all of the work you're doing and for holding us to a standard. James, Itzel, Victoria, Randy, Angela, Nicole, and Derek, and everyone else who spoke up, keep it going. While our not champions, but you all are patriots to our community. When I see the courage out of you, that means that you can make a 1-minute speech to this council. It gives me inspiration and it gives me courage. And I know how hard it is to do that. I know how oftentimes folks say that as young people, you are the future. You are actually right now, the now. And your vision and your innovation and the work that you're doing today is actually really making a huge impact on us. So thank you for being here. Please continue to challenge us to work as a partner. Please continue to challenge us to think about new ideas. And please continue to show up. I know it's tough because school happens to be something that you all also have to do, but we need you. I don't have any questions. I just have one opportunity. If you will just take a note. One of the things we're going to be releasing as a council is a community survey, as a city, excuse me, is a community survey where we call it a balancing act. This community survey is going to help us as a council make funding decisions on not just the future next year, but the next 5 to 10 years of our budget. It's going to be released and available on our city website. It's called a balancing act. It's also may be referred to as a community survey. I need your help to get that survey out into the community, to other students, interested individuals in the future of Pinole, teachers, your parents, neighbors. We need your help. That survey is going to be able to teach us how to make better decisions from the recommendations you all provided. So again, if you can just do me a huge favor, because I hear you when you say you need these policies, and I hear you when you say you need direct action. And if you can help us with one more step, if we can use that survey and benefit from both your data and your evidence, but also the experiences that you all are dealing with that could help us prioritize the next steps, that would be a great addition to this presentation and to the work that we need to do as a council. So again, thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Let's keep pushing together. And you all really are freaking inspiring. And I'm so grateful for you.
Very nicely said. Thank you. Councilmember Thomas, please go ahead.
Yes, I have a couple of comments. I wanted to thank you, Ms. Moriarty, for your leadership, and Dr. Cowger for your leadership, and for all of the students for participating, both Pinole Valley High School and Ellerhorst. I grew up near the creeks. I'm glad I didn't hear any incidents of poison oak. I would have been the first, even into adulthood, every time I go near the creek. But I wanted to, since you were talking about doing another assessment in about 5 years, I would have you take a look at some other funding opportunities. I think you might be aware of Fish and Wildlife grants. I'm hearing that their funding is kind of low right now, but in the next 4 or 5 years, take a look at that funding source, because these are the kinds of projects that they would be looking at. I'd also like to get a copy of the slide, or at least this page. I'll try to take a screenshot, but I would like to also see if, as an action item, we can have the Municipal Code Committee take a look at some of these recommendations. So that would be some direction I would ask of the council to direct that. I heard that folks are looking for more cleanup opportunities. I happen to know of one. On Sunday, the Pinole Rotary Club is going to be doing a community cleanup at 1:30, and they're going to meet at the Collins Elementary School parking lot. And whenever that site is chosen, they do some walk along the creek. In fact, near one of the hot spots, where in the back of the bowling alley. So that's Sunday at 1:30. You're welcome to join some other community members on picking up trash along the trail and along the street. And then finally, I would say, as a recommendation, I didn't recall if I saw it here, but I think we really need to talk to Caltrans about putting some kind of trash capture fences along the on and off ramps, because I see trash just migrating down the slope, and down the slope is the creek. There's just, there's nothing, no barriers. So I think that that's something I would like to see. So again, thank you all, and hopefully see some of you on Sunday.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming here. And I think that concludes the council comments. You came with 2 directions. Can you please restate them? And I will have the
Yes.
council
I-
follow those directions.
I would like to request that these recommendations be forwarded to the Municipal Code Committee for discussion.
Do I have approval from the council here? Yes, I think it's yes. And city staff?
Through the mayor, if we can, this item is not agendized for action, but this is something that can be discussed as a future agenda item and approved at that point. So I'd suggest we do so.
Okay, we'll do so. Thank you.
Yeah.
I would invite you to keep it and
Okay.
bring it back at another time. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. It was a pleasure. And I'm sorry I had to short it down, but the intention was here, and I would have given you 3 hours if I had the time. Thank you
That's all
again.
right. Thank you, Mayor, but we did want to say thank you to each and every one of you, and we have our t-shirts. So we have one for each of you, and hopefully they're the right sizes, and if they're not, you can speak to Norma Martinez Rubin, and she will make sure that we get you the correct sizes. And in addition to that, we do want to thank the leadership of staff and the work that they have done to come alongside and make things happen. And so to our city manager, I'm going to give you a stack of t-shirts that we have for everyone who has come alongside and supported us. And so if you could check and make sure that the sizes are right, if they're not, talk to Norma Martinez Rubin and we'll make sure you get a new one. Thank you so much.
Mayor, I just wanted to make a comment that all of the presentations from today's meeting are already posted on the web on the agendas page if anybody wanted to go back and take a look.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That concludes item number 8. Then I will move on with item number 9, which is the consent calendar. Before I start with the item number 9, I would like to read you a quick statement related to item 9C, which is approving an amendment to the employee agreement for the city clerk. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54953C3, agenda item 9C is a recommendation to authorize an amendment to provide a 3-year term extension, 5-year, 5% merit increase, 5% market equity adjustment, and other benefit enhancement to the employment agreement for the city clerk. The employment agreement amendment will result in increased payroll and benefit cost of $26,286 during fiscal year 2021-2022, which will be absorbed into the department's current allocated budget. That concludes my announcement for item 9C, and then I will turn it back to Madam City Clerk. Do we have any public who wishes to put any item here?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We have a card for, from Rafael Menes for items 9C, 9D, and 9F.
Any other item that would like to be pulled at this moment?
No other hands or no other cards?
Please go ahead, sir. Would like to hear what you have to say first before we turn it back to the council.
All right, so greetings, Mayor, Council, staff, members of the public. My name is Rafael Menes. I'm a resident of Pinole. Didn't really see out there was appropriate time to state that earlier. And first off, with regards to 9C, I'd like to once again praise City Clerk Bell for her hard work on behalf of the city. She's richly earned her merit increase, in my opinion. And I'm curious because the staff report notes on page 41 that her compensation as of October 2021 was 30% below the market median rate of pay for the city clerk's position. So assuming that this resolution passes and her pay increases by 10%, 5% for merit, 5% for equity, how far below the market median would her pay rate be? So that's my questions with regards to 9C. With regards to 9D, I think it's important to flag for the public's consideration that even though the recruitment incentives being proposed could rise up to 20% of the first year's income, that on page 52 under G limitations, it states neither a signing bonus, referral bonus, nor a taxable portion of any relocation assistance benefit will be treated as reportable income for the purposes of any city provided benefit program, including retirement. So as far as I can determine, these suggested incentives, well, they would be increased one-time costs, wouldn't lead to increased ongoing and pension costs in particular. Though of course, city staff would feel free to correct me if I'm in error on that interpretation. And then finally, with regards to item 9F, the Community Choice Aggregator Program allowing them to access funds for EV charger installation. I think that it's worthwhile, and I urge the council to pass the suggested letter in support of this legislation. If community choice aggregators like Marine Clean Energy are providers of these programs, just like the major power companies like PG&E and Southern Edison, and they should be able to access statewide funds for electrification and providing broader improvement, just like the for-profit companies can. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Any other comments from the public or Zoom?
No, there are no more public comments.
Mr. Menez, the city staff will reply to you via email. Thank you. Then I will turn it back to the city council. Any item that needs to be pulled at this moment? Councilmember Tave? Councilmember Martinez-Rubin? Mayor Pro Tem?
No, Mayor.
I'll move approval of the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez-Rubin,
Yes.
Councilmember Toms,
Yes.
Councilmember Tave,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Yes.
Mayor Salini.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes item number 9. Then I will move on to item number 10, public hearings. Tonight we have,
Mayor, a question.
please go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem.
Is it possible that we can table item 10A for a future meeting? I would like to make that motion.
Can you hold on 1 second, please? Let me go
Thank
back to
you.
my agenda, please. Let me take a minute break. I'll talk to the city council. Mayor Pro Tem, I'll be right back. Thank you. Coming back, Mayor Pro Tem would like to table item 10A and would like to allocate more time for discussion on our public hearing 10A. This is what his recommendation is at this moment. Please go ahead.
A comment that we can still open the public hearing, have a staff report, have discussion. And if it needs to be tabled, you can table it after it's already open and we've had a presentation on it. But we've had discussions at our municipal code committee, and it's pretty standard, and we may be able to answer any questions that you or anyone else may have.
Okay, so Mr. City Attorney, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would recommend the proceeding as mentioned by Councilmember Toms. The law does require that we at least initiate the adoption of this policy before May 1st. And our next city council meeting is not until I think May 3rd. So it would be after that date. We don't have to formally adopt the policy before May 1st, but it does require that we at least get the ball rolling on it. So I think it would be appropriate and good to have that discussion today. This is a first reading of an ordinance, so it would be coming back as a second read anyway. So we would have another opportunity to have a public discussion about it, but I would recommend at least initiating discussion about it today, if possible.
Thank you. So we are limited in terms of deadline by May 1st. And then that's why we need to have it today. And then there's always an opportunity at the second hearing to hear back again. Okay, thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, are you feeling
That's fine.
comfortable?
Yep.
Okay,
Sounds good.
thank you. So I would then please turn it back to item number 10A, conduct first reading of ordinance adopting a military equipment use policy and adding chapter 2.60 to the Pinole Municipal Code in compliance with AB 481. The action tonight will be a conduct public hearing and approve first reading of ordinance. Mr. City Attorney Kasher with the Chief of Police. Again, good evening, sir. We have both 10 minutes to make your presentation. Please go ahead.
We will be brief, have 7 slides, I think, in total. I'm going to start the presentation by covering the first slide, just open up and introduce the item, and then I'll turn it over to Chief Gang and Lieutenant Crone, who I think will be co-presenting along with me on this item. So next slide, please. Just by way of background, this particular item relates to Assembly Bill 481. This was a bill that was sponsored by Assembly Member David Chu. It was signed into law by the governor on September 30th of this year, or of last year. And the bill requires that the city adopt an ordinance approving a policy for military equipment use policy. As mentioned, the bill does require that public agencies and cities take action to advance this item no later than May 1st. So that's part of the reason why we wanted to have this agendized for this meeting today. Very broadly, the goal of the legislation is to provide safeguards to protect public welfare, safety, civil rights, and civil liberties before military equipment is funded, acquired, or used locally. So that's the kind of goal behind the bill, and it's a transparency measure. And very broadly, this bill requires a number of different things, one of which is to identify equipment that falls within the definition of military equipment as it's defined under AB 481. The city needs to include a procedure for registering complaints for those members of the public who have those, as well as conduct an annual review of the military equipment use by the city. So that's all required under the bill. We'll go to the next slide. So under the bill, as mentioned, the Pinole Police Department is required to provide guidelines for the approval, acquisition, and reporting requirements for military equipment. The council is included in the resolution. What the council will need to do as part of the formal approval, if it decides to move in that direction, the council will need to make findings that the equipment that's currently being used by the city is necessary with no reasonable alternatives, that the policy that's being adopted and proposed creates safeguards for public welfare, safety, civil rights, and civil liberties, that the equipment is reasonably cost effective, and that the military equipment use complies with the stated policy. So the presentation that you will receive today will cover some of those issues. The attachment to the staff report includes a resolution and the policy itself, which covers a lot of these items. I've worked closely with Chief Gang and Lieutenant Crone on this particular policy. It was adopted in part by Lexipol. So this is a policy that's been widely used and recognized. And so at this point, I'm going to turn the presentation over to Chief Gang, and we'll describe a little more about the details of the policy. I guess the last item I wanted to mention is that this did go to the Municipal Code Update Subcommittee on April 11th. The policy and ordinance was reviewed and recommended approval by the Municipal Code Update Subcommittee. Chief Gang?
Yes. My mic on? Okay. So thank you very much, Attorney Casher. Thank you, Council. Thank you for the citizens here and also people listening tonight. Tonight, I have a co-presenter with me. He's definitely a rising star and a future leader of our profession, Jeremy Crone. He'll be helping me out. Before I begin, I just have one statement, and then I'm gonna move on. I know we got to be succinct because we're in our timeline here, and you know me, if I get a mic, I'm gonna praise our people and what they do. So I'm just gonna sit before you and let you know that there is nothing more passionate about the safety that drives my passion than the safety of our community and every single member that lives in our community. That's number one before everything else. Our number one priority is to protect and serve along with the preservation of life. And that's what we're here to do, right? Before everything else. So please understand that the needs of our community is essential to us. And certainly we are sensitive, right, to those who have citizens and concerns over the use of some of this equipment that we're talking about. But this equipment that it falls under AB 481 is needed and necessary for the preservation of life. That's what we're using it for. Understand that the preservation of life has to be our number one priority in what we do in our mission. And it's definitely at the core of everything we do here at the Pinole Police Department. So just having that foundation, I just want people to understand that that's what this equipment that we're talking about is for. I'm going to turn over the rest of the presentation over to Lieutenant Cronin, and we'll be here to answer any questions as well.
All right, I think I got it. Thank you, Chief. Pleasure to be here, Mayor, Council, Jeremy Crone, Operations Lieutenant with the Police Department. As Chief Gang said, our primary mission here as we serve the community is preservation of life. And part of our core tenets and values is also accountability and transparency. And that is the guiding light in the way that this policy was written. So we're going to touch base a little bit on the policy, which is the department end of this equation, so to speak, the other being the council resolution and city ordinance that would accompany this policy. So if you can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. So under AB 481, the policy that was drafted and was presented before the committee and as well as posted on our website has to address a few things. One is the military equipment definition, which is almost solely contained within the language of AB 481. Any policy violations, how would that be addressed? Military equipment coordination and duties, military equipment inventory, which we're going to go over here in just a moment. Approval of the policy, coordination with other law enforcement agencies, the annual report, and also community engagement, which includes how do we hear concerns from the community and how do we process those. Next slide, please. So these are what's listed here, and it's also in your packet, is our equipment that falls under the military use equipment per AB 481 with one caveat, and I'll get to that towards the end. So some of the vehicle or the equipment that we have is the mine resistant ambush protection vehicle, commonly known as MRAP. Ours is an emergency rescue vehicle, an ERV, due to its primary purpose, which is to rescue people in a critical incident. We also have unmanned, remotely piloted powered ground vehicle. It's an iRobot, pretty straightforward. It's used to transport something in or out of a incident or circumstance where exposure, where our people or the community would be exposed to great bodily injury or harm. We have a command and control vehicle. It's basically a 16-foot trailer, pretty straightforward, that we would use. It's easily moved around and we can use for community events as well as if we had a critical incident or incident where we needed resources to a particular location. Our semi-automatic rifles and ammunition, Colt AR-15 and 223 ammunition. You'll notice there's an asterisk, and the reason that we put that there is this is not a required disclosure under AB 481. AB 481 makes allowance for standard issue equipment such as this does not need to be disclosed or approved under the AB 481. But again, going back to my earlier comment about accountability and transparency, we want to be fully transparent with any equipment that we have that may be viewed one way or the other. And so in that vein, we've also disclosed it as part of our policy here. Pepper ball launcher and projectiles. The pepper ball VKS carbine, it basically shoots what most people would consider like paintballs that contain a little bit of pepper capsicum in it that is an irritant. They also have projectiles that are glass breakers that are used in order to break a glass pane if we should need to do that in addition to training projectiles. We also have the less lethal shotgun and beanbag projectile. It's a standard shotgun that's in a less lethal configuration and marked accordingly. And we use one standard round for that, which is a beanbag round. Next slide, please. So a little bit on the timeline. January, we started this in January, moving into March. The rough draft was placed on our website per requirements of 481. And then on the 11th, it was brought before the municipal code update subcommittee. And then here we are, we sit here on the 19th. And then with second reading in May. And again, is to echo what City Attorney Casher said, that the law under AB 481 requires that this get initiated during this time. So this has been a long time coming, a lot of work into it, but here we are today, ready to present that before you. And that's all we have at this time.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Then I will turn it to the public and coming back to the council members for questions and comments. Madam City Clerk, any member of the public or Zoom first would like to make a comment at this moment, please?
No public comments on Zoom.
Thank you. Any public comment in person?
Yes, Rafael Menes.
Menes, please go ahead. And just want to let you know, Mr. City Attorney Casher, because it's a public hearing, are the questions being asked tonight by the member of the public have to be answered tonight, or that's something that city staff can get back to them?
Completely your discretion, Mayor. I think we're happy to answer questions that we can. And if there's anything additional information needed, we could always circle back with more.
Okay, thank you. I will make the decision. Okay, thank you. I would ask staff to get back to you after the meeting. Just go ahead.
Okay, for such questions as I may have. So I'd like to first off thank the police department working with, staff and the council to create this policy and to bring it forward. I think, as I've said before, and will undoubtedly say again, that transparency is a core part of city government and making sure that we know what the city has and how the city is using the resources that it has are critical parts of building up trust among the community, from whose trust ultimately the authority of city government is drawn. I have some questions about the point that you brought up as a point of additional transparency, basically the semi-automatic rifles, that they're basically one issued, effectively speaking, per officer. I know that the full load is 30 officers, there's only 28 rifles, but I figure that's close enough for considerations. My question is, and this is probably going somewhat tangential to the policy because I know this is explicitly not covered by AB 481, but it's discussed here. So in the interest of transparency, I'm discussing it now. Why is it that the police department needs a rifle per officer, but only needs one or two of the pepper guns and the beanbag shotguns for crowd control? It would seem, looking at it from a naive, non-police perspective, that ordinarily you'd be more likely to need to use non-lethal force than to use the increased level of lethal force that the rifles provide above and beyond the standard issue pistols that the police carry on them at all times. So I'm somewhat curious as to the need for each officer to have one, if you'd be willing to expand on that somewhat. I'd also like to note on a more personal note, my appreciation to Chief Gang for his having reached out to me and answered some questions that I and groups of the community that I'm involved with have had with regards to the city's MRAP, the Mine Resistant Ambush Protected Vehicle, its purpose, its uses within the community, and its stylization as the police department currently has it. I appreciate his taking the time to go relatively in depth in his answers to that. And I think that's somewhat reflected in the policy statements reported here as well. So thank you for the transparency that you're providing in regards to this law and the suggested policies.
Thank you. I will invite the chief to respond to you later, not tonight, chief. Any other, we have a comment here from the public. Ms. DeBelong, please go ahead.
Just a quick comment and then a question. I'd just like to remind everyone that our police department is not an island unto itself. So while some individuals may believe that everything that was on that list isn't necessary, it's necessary because it includes all of Contra Costa County when they get the call, probably other counties as well. So we want to make sure that just like our fire departments work together, so do our police departments. And my other question is through the mayor. When you have a powwow on the dais, shouldn't that be to everyone in the public? It's part of the meeting. And so I was wondering specifically why Mayor Pro Tem Murphy did not want to go forward with a public hearing today.
Any other public comments?
Yes, Bob Kopp.
Mr. Kopp, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Myself, I'm really glad that the police department has the vehicle they have, the 6-wheel rig, if we'd have had a protest and the property damage they had in Portland and in Seattle, they could at least go in. If somebody got hurt, beat up, or shot, they could go in with that with as safe as they could and get people out and get them to the hospital, whether it be the citizens or whether it be one of the parole officers or an outside agency coming in to help in a riot situation. It was almost free to the city of Pinole. There's not a lot of maintenance has to go on it, but it's a real good piece of equipment for the police to have to protect their people and protect us, the citizens, and anybody else that needs help. That is one of the ways they can go in the middle of something like that and get people back to safety. I think they need that, and I'm glad they have it. And if they could get another one or another piece of equipment from the military, which is pretty cheap to get and not much to maintain, it would help. And with the situation going on in the United States, you never know what's going to happen next. It could happen here in Pinole. And I like to see officers go home and see their family at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, please? On Zoom?
No more public comments.
Okay, thank you. Then I'll turn it back to the city council for questions, and I will go back for discussion. But any question, Councilmember Thomas? Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, any questions? Would you like me to go back to you in a few minutes?
You can come
Up
back
to
to
you.
me too. You can come back to me too.
Ready?
It's up to you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, no worries, no worries. Thank you, Chief Gang, as well as, is it Lieutenant or Lieutenant? Thank you. As well as City Attorney Casher, thank you so much for your presentation. And again, thank you, of course, always for ensuring that we are following the law. I hadn't seen in the staff report, which is one of the reasons I wanted to table this. I hadn't seen the staff report around the May deadline. I did see that it said January 1st was when we were supposed to talk about the acquired of the military equipment, those kind of things. So appreciate that. I did want to ask about how much money it takes to maintain some of this equipment. I'm assuming that there are some funds that we've budgeted. Can you speak to that and just the cost of maintaining the military policy as it is proposed today?
Yeah, thank you, sir. So just so everybody knows, and again, with transparency, so the acquisition cost of this vehicle is like less than $10,000. That is totally outfitted. As far as annual costs, we're talking about less than $500. We have military officers that work in our organization who maintain that vehicle. So they do the maintenance on the vehicle. So we're talking less than $500 a year for maintenance on that vehicle. And that's the cost of maintaining that program.
Just to be clear, you mean $500 for the entire military policy as proposed would be the budget estimate, or?
I'm speaking more towards the MRAP or the ERV, what we call.
Okay.
As far as the total program, there's some maintenance with the rifles, and I can let Lieutenant Crone kind of talk to that maintenance portion of it. He's in charge of our armory and everything.
Okay.
Yeah, I can speak to that. So in the packet there, and as part of our policy, it does outline the maintenance costs. The maintenance costs are fairly soft because if we have several pieces of equipment go down in a given year, that could cause more, but our estimates are fairly conservative. Between all the equipment, without getting out my calculator, the annual maintenance cost is around $3,000 to $5,000 for all the equipment. Again, that's barring something, breaking significantly or something like that. But the projected maintenance cost is somewhere between $3,000 and $5,000.
Thank you for that. So I know the intent of AB 481 is focused around, again, as you mentioned, transparency, particularly for police departments maybe that haven't been as transparent as ours in terms of just being and making sure our public is more aware. You did mention that there are certain aspects of our current policy as the proposed policy that we are taking the next step in terms of being a bit more transparent, right? Because it's a value in a process. I'm wondering if we do approve this policy, there's a piece of the law that also states an annual review process. Do you all have ideas as to what you expect out of that annual review process and how you see us taking those next steps as a council, as a city?
So as part of our, so as the operations commander, I'd be the coordinator for this, for the military use policy. And part of the annual review would be much of what we're doing here. So it requires the outline, or excuse me, the outlining of what equipment we currently have. Any proposed changes to that equipment. So maybe, for example, if a pepper ball or some other equipment were to be ending its life cycle and we would need to replace it, then that would be part of the annual report. So that would be something that the council would see coming, to see what it is, the equipment that we either need to change or would newly acquire. So that would be fundamental to the annual report, in addition to any complaints received regarding the military use equipment and how were those things evolved, or excuse me, resolved. And any, it would go hand in hand too with the budget process in making sure that we are preparing for not only this year and next year, but for years down the road, and making sure that the council is well aware of what that future looks like.
Person Murphy, just to add to that, understand as we sit today in 2022, there's certain technologies that are out there, right? We're putting a policy together. These are really fluid. They're almost like living documents because they change, and there may be new technology that may meet some of this criteria later on. So that would come in that yearly update too. If we have to see new technologies that out there that we want to acquire, that would also come to council as well to share what the new technologies are, because right now Pepperball is the technology. In 5 years, we don't know what it may be, right? So even 5 years ago, we don't know what, there are certain things we acquire now that we never had 5 years ago. So just understand that's what we're talking about, that update. And that's what we're talking about, that accountability is to share with you anything that would meet this criteria that we may acquire in the future or seek to acquire.
Got it. Pro Tem, I've been very curious around our communication with the public. It's one of the reasons why I've tried to champion our communications and technology subcommittee, thinking about these issues up front. I'm curious to know, with the national landscape around this conversation in regards to high militarization of police departments. I know your experience, Chief. You've worked, to my knowledge, on the 21st Century Policing Commission, the National Commission, which is huge. And again, congrats to you. I'm wondering, how might we engage potential partners in both the, let me take a step back. So I'm challenged right now, as you can probably tell, because I hear from residents in Pinole, as well as really nationally in our community, and watching what's happening, the challenges of violence. And we see it not just right in our community, we've seen it in communities we travel to, and particularly some of the kind of militarization is part of a culture in some ways that I believe, and many people in our community believe, has to be challenged. I'm wondering, how might we, with this proposed policy, create opportunities to have folks understand what I heard you say, which was, we want to prioritize safety. And I'm challenged with this notion of what's happening right here in our community, and this kind of tension, right, of violence and weapons, but also the tension of like, how might we uplift the community needs around safety, right, and challenging that. My question to you is, as we are moving this policy forward, there are 4 things that are outlined in AB 481. Number 1, necessary, the military equipment is necessary, but there's no reasonable alternative that can achieve the same objective of officer and civilian safety. Number 2, the policy must safeguard the public's welfare, safety, and civil rights and civil liberties. Number 3, if purchasing the equipment is reasonably cost-effective compared to available alternatives that can achieve the same objective of officer and civilian safety. And number 4, it says prior military equipment use complied with the military equipment use policy that was in effect at the same time. Or if prior uses did not comply with the company military equipment use policy, corrective action has been taken to remedy non-conforming uses and ensure future compliance. I mentioned those 4 things because they seem to be, there could be nuanced. They can be nuanced. And Chief Gang, I trust your vision and I trust your integrity. So I'm asking you this question directly around how might we create a space where that rubric of those 4 items is an open conversation and a living conversation and not just closed out with this proposed policy.
Trying to think a good way to there's a lot to unpack there.
Thank you.
Let me say this, and again, when I talk about what drives my passion to do this job after all the years that I've been doing, it's the protection of our community. Every single person that lives in this community is our responsibility for safety and security. So I'm going to let this, so there's a national narrative out there, and I'm going to encourage everybody in this community to talk about what's going on in Pinole, because the national narrative is really just painting the entire profession with a broad stroke, and that's not really fair to what the policing is and the level of policing that we see in our community. And I'm very proud of that. What I'm going to tell you today is that we don't have an entry team. This vehicle is not used for any proactive policing. I think around the community, around the nation is where you see those concerns, is when it's used proactively, you know, to knock down walls, to go inside of housing. This vehicle is used for one reason, and that's to rescue people. I'm going to tell you that the national narrative is saying that the school shootings are going up. What keeps me up at night is our high school, is an active shooter at our high school. We have to have vehicles to be able to bring people in under safety, to bring people in and bring people out of those type of conditions. And there's no other vehicle out there. When you say one of the rubrics is what other alternatives is there? Well, the other alternatives is you bring in a police car that's not ballistic, and you can bring 1 or 2 people out of a situation. When you have something like the ERV that we're using, we could bring classrooms out at a time. The capacity to bring people out and save people at 20 or 30 a pop is, I mean, to me, it's, you can't put a price tag on that. So what I'm going to try and say is, and I'll kind of wrap this up, is that this is only used for life-saving measures, nothing proactive. How you're asking how we can engage, I think this process is going to engage the community. I think that's the reason why we have it out at National Night Out, is so we can educate people one by one, let people take a tour of what it is, talk about them on one-on-one basis, policing one-on-one to show people this is why we have this need. Now, I'm not going to say that we're going to convince everybody in our community that we need this piece of equipment, but I can guarantee that if you ask people that have children at that school, and if they said, if there was an active shooter, would you want the Pinole Police Department to go in and safely rescue people, as many as they could? Then I think your answer would be very, very clear to you. I hope that answers it.
Yeah, well, yes. And my actual question was regarding the policy, not just one of the, what I'm hearing you speak on is specifically one piece of the larger policy, which is the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so with regards to, I guess I'll rephrase my question. Are there cities that are introducing either commissions or opportunities of long-term public engagement with regards to the approval of new military use policies? Oversight commissions that are tasked with understanding and developing a rubric that aligns with these 4 findings that are outlined in AB 481.
I think I understand.
Excuse me, Chief. I'm sorry, I'm getting a note from broadcast. Can you speak a little bit closer to the mic so everyone at home can hear you?
Absolutely. Is that better?
Yeah, as close as you can get. Thank you.
Okay. So to answer your question, I honestly don't know what other communities are doing. I would imagine that there are some communities that maybe have some oversight commissions that are using this as a mechanism to do that. But for me to sit here today and say what other communities are doing, I mean, this sounds maybe, I don't know. That's the one that's come across the wrong way. I don't really care what other communities are doing. I think we have to do what's right for our community. And I'm really not familiar with how other people are handling this AB 481. I'm sorry if that comes across as insincere maybe, or.
It comes across authentically, and that's your answer. And I would ask the city attorney if you know any cities that are creating these type of, again, continuation of either commissions or bodies that serve to support the execution of AB 483 for cities.
Yes, so through the chair, to the chief's point, there are cities that have various police oversight commissions and the like. One thing that I did want to note, the policy itself, section 707.1 8, it does require that annually. So when the report is issued annually, 30 days from the issuance of the report, that there is a well-publicized public meeting that needs to take place to engage the community to discuss the updates that are being provided. So there's going to be an annual requirement that there be a public meeting in some level of community engagement. That is a minimum threshold, so that there can be more engagement, obviously, but this is something that is included in the policy to assure that there is a continuing, at least annual effort to revisit this policy in particular, the military equipment that's disclosed therein. And then there's an opportunity for the public to discourse on this very issue annually, because before this law, there was no requirement whatsoever. And again, this is a minimum, so there can be more, but that's definitely included in the policy as it stands.
Great. Well, again, thank you all for your work on this. I'm sure it wasn't easy. I also know it's not an easy conversation. So I appreciate your honest answers. I appreciate the questions from the public, and I'm certainly looking forward to this ongoing conversation.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Excellent. Thank you. Mayor Martinez-Ruben, please go ahead.
First and foremost, safety to the public and safety to you as well. I think part of the narrative that goes on beyond in Pinole and beyond Pinole is that if there were no police departments, or to the extent that the police does its job as well as it does, and with equipment being essentially ancillary, because it's about training the police as well as you can to prevent the kinds of injuries and violence that could happen, to the extent that you do engage with community one-on-one, as I know for quite some time that has happened in Pinole, that we can continue to do well. A couple of things caught my eye in the report, and I'm not sure where exactly I found it, but I was pleased to see that, and please, if you would elaborate on this, that there are some criteria that you use, that you have in place to determine how any of these pieces of equipment are used, that you consider safeguards, that you consider cost effectiveness, that you consider the reasonableness of use, and that you consider fiscal impact, the kinds of things that we all are charged with to consider outside of safety, and yet you also have to keep those things in mind. So thank you for doing that. I would echo the sentiment that was expressed earlier by one commenter, and that is that we would like to see you go home to your families and to your homes also safe, so that you can return and continue to do the work that you do for Pinole. So thank you in advance for putting together the policy for us to review, and also to acknowledge that, you know, we want to do the best that we can for our city. It's enough almost to try to keep safe the 19,000 plus residents that we have. Little caveat, I was going to call you Dr. Gang, Chief Gang and Lieutenant Crone, and that is that because we do bear the consequences and see the effects of what is not happening so well in other cities, I think we do have to care about what's going on elsewhere, because our boundaries are traveled across by people outside of Pinole who come into Pinole. And I think some of the violence the reports that you have on the kind of violence that exists or the crime that exists bears that out. You can clarify or you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I would like to put that in perspective, if you would. Please elaborate on that. Thank you.
Not sure I understood your question. Could you kind of just?
There was a comment that you made, and you thought that it might be ill-regarded by people who heard it, and that is that you almost don't care what goes on outside of the Pinole boundaries. So I just want to understand better that there is a reason that you do care, because we do bear the consequences when other departments, police departments, or other ways of conducting police safety may not be enforced as well. We do bear that. We do see the consequences of that in Pinole, and some of the crime stats that you've reported over time reflect that.
Yeah, I think that was taken out of context. What I was talking about is how other organizations are handling their AB 481 process. That is where I said that where I lacked some concern. I think that was taken out of context as far as not caring about what goes on. We have to care about everything that's going on when it comes to crime and protection and community policing and everything else. So again, I hope that clarifies that. It went specifically to how other organizations are handling their AB 481 policy.
Thank you.
What's your last question? Thank you. Councilmember Tave, please, questions, please.
Right. Can you guys hear me okay? I just want to say thank you. In Councilmember Tom's and I going over this, this is not an easy subject, right? I mean, this is something that I'm sure everybody on this council has heard, city managers heard complaints about the way this thing looks. It looks like a tank, military equipment. I mean, I've heard many comments about it, but I think it's important for the community to understand what it's used for, right? And this is a rescue. This is a piece of equipment, for rescue. And I just, one of the things that comes to mind for me is training. Like, how well do we use it? How often are we training on it? I mean, just so that the community can understand, okay, this is not something that is sitting out in front of City Hall, just staring at everybody. Can you speak a little bit to the training that goes into this unit? Is there regional training? Do we have other teams from other cities come in and use it in case there's an incident over there? So we've talked about this a couple times, but I think it's good to talk about it now so that we understand, what does that look like? How is this regional asset? How is it used? Do we have MOU set up with automatic aid? I'm just trying to figure, or Chief, can you expound a little bit about what that means and the why? And how it somewhat relieves Hercules or San Pablo for actually having a unit like this.
Yes, thank you. So I'm going to turn it over to Lieutenant Colonel in a minute, but I will tell you that this is a regional asset. It is part of the MOU throughout the county to be utilized for other organizations that may need it as a rescue vehicle. We made that very abundantly clear. It's only a rescue vehicle. It's not for any proactive policing or those type of activities. There are other vehicles for that, and other organizations can get other equipment for that. Again, if there's an active shooter in another part of our county, we will respond with this vehicle to help them rescue people from that situation. I think the other question that you had is about training around that. I'm going to have Lieutenant Crone talk a little bit about what we're doing with the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center out of Georgia, who's going to be coming out and doing some training. We're doing some training with this equipment. I can tell you we've been challenged with some staffing and some training that has lacked over the last 2 years with COVID. Because of COVID, a lot of our training has been done online. I know there's a push now where we're requesting 2 extra bodies to be able to do real life training. We do have now a full-time training coordinator that's in our organization. So I'm going to turn that over to Lieutenant Crone because he's in charge of the training portion of that, and talk a little bit about what we have set up this summer at the high school with this vehicle and FLETC.
Thank you, Chief. Training is, I think several council persons mentioned it. Training is paramount. The equipment is critical because it gives us the tool that we need in a given situation, but the application of that tool is even more important. And so we are committed to training, and the ERV is no different than that. So only those that are trained to operate it. And if you look in our policy too, under 707.6, that anytime mutual aid we're involved in that type of environment, we remain in control of whatever that equipment is, or if a jurisdiction is coming into our jurisdiction, we remain in control of the incident. So I think that's important to communicate to the council that even though it may be a regional asset that may be used, it's under the control of our policy, training, and guidelines, and under the use policy that's set forth by the city. And that's critical to having a lasting, effective relationship with our partners, as well as internally within the city, so that the council and the city can trust that we're going to use and only allow this to be used within the guidelines that we've set forth and that the council's approved.
Great.
Hopefully that answers your question.
No, it does. I think it sheds a little bit of light that this unit cannot be used to actively go into someone's home or go into to get somebody, right? This is only to rescue people from an incident or to bring people in. Does that kind of cover it?
That's correct. And just so you know, proactive entry vehicles are smaller, more maneuverable. This is just not what it was never obtained for that purpose. It was only obtained for one purpose. Many people in the community know many years ago, there was a major flood downtown. This vehicle can traverse those type of environments to even get people out of floods. We're talking about, police type things, but you're talking about wildfires, you're talking about floods. There's a multitude of different purposes that this vehicle can go into and remove people safely from. And that's really our entire focus. And that's the only way this piece of equipment would ever be utilized.
Got it. I'm going to go back to a question that came from the public, less lethal versus the automatic weapon. It was something that Mr. Menison mentioned. And for the public, I'd like to understand that ratio and how that works. It looked like we had only a couple of the less lethal, and actually, should there be more less lethal or an equitable, I guess if we have 28 rifles, should we have 28 of the less lethal shotguns? I think that was a good point because it's asking, okay, when we escalate through force or the use of force, where is that stop, and is the shotgun available in case things increase quickly?
You can address that. Yeah, it's a good question. So there's a couple, one has to do with the equipment, and the other has to do with the training and then the application. So the AR-15, which is a precision rifle, that each rifle is basically, for lack of a better term, mated to each officer. So the officer has that rifle set to their own particular standards and sighting.
Mm-hmm.
So a rifle that's set for me to the way I use the firearm. If another officer picked that up, their sight picture is going to be different. So the whole purpose of the rifle is to have precision, safe engagement where the officer and the public can be more safe, where that distance doesn't need to be closed by an individual.
Okay.
So the less lethal options that we have, by the way, the ones that are listed here are only part of a handful of less lethal tools that we use on a regular basis. So these are the only ones required by the military use policy to be disclosed. For example, our officers carry tasers. Every officer is issued a taser. That's a less lethal option.
Right.
Every officer is issued pepper spray. That's a less lethal option. We also issue the BOLA wrap, which is a constraint device. That's also issued. So these are just one piece or only a couple pieces. Shotgun, pepper ball, those things are not precision weapons, so to speak. And so they're deployed with the patrol team. So in responding to an incident, that piece of equipment is there at that incident, but it's not per person. The other thing is tactics. So officers can't be using everything all at once. So if an officer is using the pepper ball or beanbag or any other less lethal, then the other officers have to be engaged in either apprehension or other type of cover operation in order to ensure total safety. So it's not practical for them to be issued to every officer because it would never be able to be deployed that way.
I see. Okay, thank you. The other thing I wanted to ask was if there was stats of deployment, like how many times has this equipment been deployed or used? And I know that's a combination of another report for use of force. And I'm starting to see these kind of blend together a little bit. As far as deployment, how often are these larger equipment like the MRAP and I guess any of the military equipment deployed?
So if you would, I feel more comfortable if we can go back and look at some data on that and provide it back at the next meeting.
And how it's reported.
So just certainly we can, certain things that I've mentioned. I don't know if you remember several months ago, there was an armed individual in the community walking around. We certainly had the MRAP out there to provide cover for our officers. This person was armed. He was actively being aggressive in someone's front yard. We used that in that situation. As far as less lethal and also the rifles, I mean, I'd have to go back and see exactly how many times we've actually deployed that.
Okay. And then the other question I had was, and it's to the Mayor Pro Tem's point about man hours and how much time it takes. Normally, whenever a state policy comes down, it's a lot of time for staff to try to pull together information from one report and another report and trying to pull policy together and then implement it. And so I guess what I'm saying is, are we close to just hitting our stride the first year? How do you see this, evolving? Is there extra money that's needed? What's the, I guess, game plan? It's this first initial meeting, but is there going to be more coming down the line, I guess, for staff?
Yeah, I'm gonna probably turn this over to Lieutenant Crone, but I mean, we've had this in place. So the things that we're asking now is just making it official. Well, we've had these things in place. We've had policies in place. We've had good training in place. So we're not creating a new program right now just because there's a requirement by the state. We've already had this in place. We're working very efficiently with the city attorney who's helping us out with the coordination of everything. And I think Lieutenant Crone maybe could share just how long he put the policy together. But again, this is a Lex Polo policy, which is a national policy. And then we gear it towards how we handle things personally in Pinole. We don't just take a cookie cutter policy, but then we kind of fine tune it to how we do things and our expectations here in Pinole. So maybe you could share a little bit about how long that took. But again, this is not something that just because the state required that we started putting things together. We've been doing this for many years.
It sounds like there's just minimal tailoring to Pinole at this point, and then we get through a few of these, and then eventually, if there's other elements that need to be added, we can. This is a living document, basically. Yeah. All right. Okay. Thank you. That's all my question.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, both of you. Just very quickly, you stated that ERV, it's a defense tool to save life, correct?
That's correct.
That's correct. So as a mayor, I would rather have it in my backyard than not use it rather than needing it and not having it.
So there, here's
Just in case
something.
I have an active shooter in a high school.
We certainly understand that it's 2022. Our police department works for our community. We work for the community. We're your police department. And certainly if the desire is that the community doesn't want this piece of equipment, then we'll actually.
I restate my phrase. I say I would rather have it in my backyard than not need it.
Absolutely.
Rather than needing it and not having it.
I mean,
specifically in case of a high school shooter that we spoke earlier today.
I think we talked a little bit about, what my thoughts are and what keeps me up at night. And that's active shooter. The numbers are going up. There's studies out there that are showing that active shooters are going up, and not just active shooters, but school shootings. And I would rather have a piece of equipment right outside our back door that we can go to one of the largest high schools in our area and pull people out as many as we can and save lives. Because the bottom line is that sits back there and we never use it, all the more better. But to have it, to have an incident and not have it there, I think we're all going to say to ourselves, we should have kept that piece of equipment.
We are working on the emergency plan, and we are having a disaster meeting sometime this month or the next month. And as a mayor, one of my main concerns is what happens if we have an active shooter in a high school. And this is a tool to save life. And I just want everybody to know this is to save life. And different tool to save life. And it's better for us to have it and not use it rather than needing it and not having it, because it will be too late. Now I will turn it, thank you to both of you. I will turn it back to the council for comments and moving on about what we want to change in the policy if we want to adapt it like that. Councilmember Thomas, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you both for the report, and also City Attorney Casher for translating this into an ordinance. I think one of the public speakers talked about, that we're not an island. We provide mutual aid to other agencies, and we receive mutual aid from other agencies. And I would just state that, this is one of the assets that somebody, some other agency may need to call upon us to provide, just as we have called upon other agencies for equipment as well. So I would be interested, I've had all of my questions regarding the ordinance answered, and I would just like to give you just kind of a heads up as far as what I would like to see in the annual report, and that would be next year, if you can kind of tell me when we might expect that. But in addition to what's required in the annual report, I couldn't tell whether or not kind of a list of when this was deployed, when the equipment was deployed either for an incident or an exercise. I would like to, know that. If it's not too difficult, to also let us know what other equipment from other agencies have been deployed to our benefit. If that's possible to include in an annual report. And I think everything else on my list has been addressed. That would be all I have.
Thank you. So a list for next year of the equipment there that were deployed. That's item 1, correct? And item 2, it's which of those equipment that was deployed for different agency, correct? Okay, that's the 2 items. Thank you. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Murphy. Your discussion. You have any comment? No? Okay. Councilmember Martinez Ruben.
Ready to approve.
Okay. Well, I just want to turn it back
First
to
reading.
Councilmember Tave before we do move anything. Councilmember Tave.
Yeah, no questions, right?
No question or comments. Okay.
I'm just, I guess, we're not
Discussion.
providing, we're just providing direction at this point. Or we need to approve this to the second reading.
The City Attorney Kasher.
That's correct. So we would, we're conducting the first reading. And so this would just be, we're conducting the first reading. This won't be finalized and approved until the second reading, the approval at the second reading. And because it's an ordinance, it would go into effect 30 days from the second reading. So, great.
Go ahead, Councilmember Martinez Ruben, please go ahead.
Yeah, I move to approve the first reading of this ordinance.
Can I have a second, please?
I'll second that.
Madam City Clerk, roll call.
Councilmember Martinez Ruben,
Yes.
Councilmember Toms,
Yes.
Councilmember Tave.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy,
Abstain.
and Mayor Salimi.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, everybody. So we will be back when?
May 3rd.
May
Second
3rd. Okay. Thank you for your time.
Is that a consent item
Um,
on May 3rd?
We typically have second readings on consent, but it can always be pulled for discussion if needed.
Thank you.
I will then close item number 10, which is public hearings, and then move on to item number 11, old business. And tonight we have item 11A, Fire Department update. We'll be receiving an update from our Chief Wancoop. Good evening, Chief. I will give you 10 minutes for your presentation. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. I did, it's kind of after the fact, but I did want to also just a comment of support with the ERVs. It's, there's certainly a potential opportunity for collaboration with the fire department, as Chief Gang had mentioned with regard to evacuation in floods and wildfires. So it's certainly an asset to the community in multiple ways. So I want to get that in. But yes, so good evening and thank you, Mayor, City Council, City staff, and Pinole citizens. I'm Fire Chief Chris Weinkoop, and tonight I'm going to give an update on what has taken place since I presented my recommendations for the fire department last year at this time. Here we are almost exactly 1 year later, and quite a bit has happened since then, all good, I might add. So slide, please. In April 2021, I recommended 3 main strategies to fortify fire service delivery to Pinole. And those strategies were, if we go to the slide, strategies were to add an administrative fire captain position to address some key administrative deficiencies. 2, transitioning from a contract fire inspector to a sworn fire prevention captain. And 3, returning to council at this very time with this very update. And in particular, an update regarding either returning to the staffing model we had for decades in Pinole prior to the 2003 original opening of Station 74, which was 15 frontline staff deployed as an engine squad model out of Station 73, or a contract for service / integration with Confire, whereby Station 74 would be reopened under that contract and under Confire's superintendence. Next slide, please. So I want to start this update with the first strategy, which was the addition of the administrative fire captain. As you will recall from last year's presentation, we were falling way behind the curve when it came to certain administrative functions requiring industry expertise, such as fire report management, narcotics tracking, training, and fire policies and procedures. These functional deficiencies created liability and made it difficult to observe industry best practices and achieve maximum efficiency. Next slide, please. So the addition of the administrative fire captain assignment was a natural evolutionary step for the organization, as it clearly supported the city's strategic plan goal number 4, strategy 2, which was creating and maintaining a high performance Pinole through optimizing efficiencies. Next slide, please. And so we were excited to just recently assign our administrative captain, Captain Steve Dorsey, in February. Almost overnight, this has already yielded tremendous benefits. Just to name a few important things that have been put into place in the 2 short months by Captain Dorsey. If you'll recall from last year's presentation, we had a very antiquated narcotics tracking system. Just for reference, the fire department carries and administers some very powerful DEA-controlled narcotics for emergency pain management, seizure control, and other uses. There are strict protocols for inventory, tracking, usage, and disposal of these controlled substances. So our new admin captain, Steve Dorsey, Captain Dorsey, stepped in immediately upon appointment to implement a recognized industry best practice narcotics tracking software called PS Tracks. The program is currently enabled in its testing phase. Techies might call that the sandbox phase, wherein departmental personnel can experiment with its various applications to determine optimal usage. It is scheduled to go live in mid-May. The admin captain also initiated, and again, this is all just taking place in the last 2 months, an electronic daily staffing application called Vector Scheduling, which interfaces with the city's current Tyler Encode payroll software. This program also is enabled in its testing or sandbox phase and is scheduled to go live in late May. Capture billable service fees from vehicle accident insurance claims and other insurance claim related incidents. First bills for service are anticipated to be submitted in the first week of May, with monthly cost recovery reimbursements expected to start in June. And also representing Pinole at county level fire operations and EMS meetings. Until now, we've had only sporadic participation due to lack of administrative personnel available on a daily basis. And now we're solving that issue. Next slide, please. These are the additional things that the administrative captain also oversees: the report management system, EMS administration, training, vehicle maintenance, and departmental projects. All these were functional deficiencies as of this time last year, and some of which the admin captain has already made an immediate impact on, as just illustrated, and will continue to make ongoing progress. But again, we are already a more efficient organization because of the addition of the administrative captain. Next slide, please. With regard to the prevention captain, there was a delay in this assignment due to an operational need, as one of our senior fire captains on Engine 73 left us to accept a career opportunity with a neighboring agency. So we had chosen our prevention captain for assignment, but had to quickly pivot due to that circumstance and reassign the prospective prevention captain to be an engine captain on Engine 73, because of course, our first priority is operational readiness. The good news is that fire prevention services continue to be offered through the department's contract fire inspector, and that a captain's promotional exam is scheduled for June, and a new prevention captain will then be assigned. Next slide, please. So that brings us to the third strategy on which I know most of you have been waiting to be updated. That's the strategic opportunities, which last year I presented as 2 options. They were either 1, returning to the staffing configuration that we had in Pinole prior to the original opening of Station 74 in 2003. And again, that was 15 frontline staff deployed as an engine squad model from Station 73, or engaging in discussions with Confire about a contract for service / integration through which Station 74 could be reopened. Slide, please. Some potential opportunities such as Measure X and consolidation discussions among other agencies were still unfolding at the time we last talked. The recommendation was to return to council in third quarter of fiscal year 21-22 with a clearer picture as to how Confire and Pinole could most effectively collaborate. Next slide, please. Well, Q3 just ended, and opportunities identified over the past year have indeed brought much clarity, because between then and now, Measure X funds have been allocated to Confire for fire service fortification countywide under their superintendents. Next slide, please. So real quick, just to give a brief chronology or chronological recap of Measure X, it passed in November 2020. It's a half-cent county sales tax intended to, quote, keep Contra Costa's regional hospital open and staffed, fund community health centers, and now I emphasize, to provide timely fire and emergency response. And then it goes on to say to support crucial safety net services, invest in early childhood services, protect vulnerable populations, and for other essential county services. As you'll recall, in May of 2021, in response to the passage of Measure X, the Contra Costa County Executive Fire Chiefs, of which I'm a member, presented a request to the County Measure X Advisory Board for funding to reopen 5 closed fire stations, as well as other key operational and infrastructural strategies under the county fire agency's superintendents. Next slide, please. Fire stations proposed for reopening was Pinole Station 74. Pinole City Council subsequently submitted letters to the Measure X Advisory Board, as well as the County Board of Supervisors, supporting the county chief's proposal. Firefighters Labor Group, IAFF Local 1230, which represents both the Pinole and Confire firefighters, and who lobbied for the passage of Measure X from its inception, also supported the county chief's proposal. Next slide, please. And in November of 2021, the Board of Supervisors approved funding to support the county chief's request. $2 million annually, plus an annual adjustment, was allocated toward reopening Station 74 under an integrative agreement with Confire. And now, I know we're pressed for time, but I really want to interject here that in all my years of public service, I have never seen, and I would challenge anybody to give me an example of a more in a more universally supported effort among city council, county board of supervisors, city management, county administration, labor representatives, and city and county fire administrations than what has been displayed over the past year with regard to this particular project. So then with a clear picture of the situation, the question then became whether to consider utilizing additional city funds to fortify the fire department's one station versus having both Station 73 and Station 74 fully staffed and fully operational at little to no additional cost to the city by using County Measure X funds in collaboration with Confire. Shouldn't be so bold as to call that a rhetorical question, but suffice it to say, next slide, please. With council, the city has initiated discussions with Confire regarding a contract for service, whereby the city's budgetary contribution, subsidized by the $2 million Measure X allocation, would enable both Station 73 and Station 74 to be fully staffed and operational under Confire's superintendents. Next slide, please. Once again, it's anticipated that the city's contribution would be comparable to that which it currently budgets to operate one station. Next slide, please. Let's talk a little bit about timelines. I communicate with Confire's chief regularly, a couple times a week, but I communicated with him over the past few days. He's coordinating as we speak with the CAO's office representatives for this project, as well as county legal counsel, to schedule a joint meeting with our team, which consists of the city manager, our city attorneys, and myself, to address some of the finer business points to be included in a proposed contract between our respective agencies. Of course, any proposed contract is subject to council approval. We're looking at dates as soon as next week for that meeting to take place. So it's a very exciting time as this project is developing in real time as we speak. Once tentative contract terms are agreed upon, independent fiscal analysis, a service plan, a letter of agreement from the labor group, and a resolution of council support will need to be submitted with the contract to the Contra Costa County LAFCO for approval. Slide, please. Anticipated timeline for completion of contract and LAFCO submissions/approval is fall of 2022, with an estimated implementation to include the reopening of Station 74 in late winter or early spring of 2023. Next slide, please. Regarding fiscal impact, of course, this is simply an update on the new fire service developments in Pinole. Process of our shared vision to reopen Station 74. So there's no fiscal impact in receiving this report. Regarding the fiscal impact of collaborating with Bonfire through contract for service, once again, it's the city's intent to negotiate a contract with Bonfire through which Pinole is served by 2 fully staffed fire stations for a cost comparable to that which is currently being budgeted for a single station. Next slide, please. And that concludes my update. And I want to thank you for your time and attention, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Chief. Before I turn it back to the council, I will invite the public to make any comments. If you have any public comments, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We have Rafael Menez and Debbie Long.
So I'd like to thank Chief Wykoop for going into all this detail to update all of us on the progress of negotiations, I guess would be the proper term, over how exactly all this would work, and the fact that we're possibly as close as a week out from having a preliminary agreement that the city can start looking at more closely and bring back for approval and so on and so forth, as well as the longer term timeline of fall of this year for formal approvals and winter, spring of next year for actually reopening Station 74. It's good to, actually have concrete details and information that we can refer to rather than, just assumptions that we'll hear back at some point in the future. I'd also like to thank the chief and the fire departments of the county in general, and, all the voters in Contra Costa County who voted for Measure X for being able to make this happen. I know that numerous people spoke at the County Board of Supervisors meeting that ultimately adopted the funding allocations for Measure X. I know that one topic that I brought up at that meeting, as well as a number of people who signed on to a petition in support of having fire funding be allocated in this way, because there was an alternative proposal at that time to have the funding be primarily allocated to East County, which was fortunately defeated. And so we're in the position that we're in now. So I just wanted to say thank you to Chief Wykoop, to city staff who's been working on this, to county staff who's been working on this, both at countywide fire and in county administration more broadly, to the County Board of Supervisors, and most of all to the voters of Contra Costa County for approving Measure X and enabling the funding that will allow this, hopefully, assuming that everything works out and the council approves the necessary things and all the various other agencies involved make the approvals that they need to allow us to finally reopen Station 74. Thank you.
Good evening again, and thank you, Chief, for the presentation. As it relates to fire services, I am not opposed to partnering with Confire and the county. However, as I remember previous contracts, this may not simply be a contract for services. With the $2 million subsidy for Measure X, it means that Confire would essentially take over all of our fire personnel labor. We would still be responsible for all costs associated with our stations, including maintenance and upgrades. We would still be responsible for all equipment, including maintenance and replacement. And we'd still be responsible for all current retiree pensions and the unfunded liabilities for future pensions that are associated with the fire department. The labor costs for firefighters in the county far exceeds what Pinole has, so there will not only be a cost of an additional station, there will be additional labor costs for the entire department. And rest assured that the county's labor costs will include a portion of the unfunded liability, as well as attributing a cost for the Board of Supervisors' participation as board members of Confire. So I question staff when they say our current budget, coupled with the additional money from the county, will not only cover the reopening of 74, but all the other costs associated with the fire department. Having said that, if the contract was to open 74, keeping the employees under the city umbrella, then I would fully support the opening of 74, not because it would just make services more available within the city, but it would improve Battalion 7. As a condition of receiving money, 73 would more easily be able to be dispatched along the entire San Pablo Avenue corridor. Recently, both Rodeo Hercules Fire Department and Confire affirmed that there was not a need for another station in their district. But if 74 were open, 73 could easily be the primary dispatch from Sycamore and Hercules to as far as Montalva Manor and include the in-between neighborhoods of Montera Bay and Terra Hills, all county jurisdictions which are underserved by the county fire department. So let's be real. Based upon the diary I have kept for calls for service, the county probably needs our services at least, and probably more than we do. In fact, 73 is the go-to engine for overspill in Rodeo Hercules Fire Department as well, and I can prove it. Once all parties acknowledge that this isn't all about Pinole, then a partnership contract is easier to establish, and that contract should include Rodeo Hercules Fire Department as well. And food for thought, at some point, most likely, we will not or may not be able to pay for a labor contract. And if that happens, we would need to have an escape clause that would allow us to go out and recruit for firefighters again. It wasn't too many years ago that the county unilaterally decided to discontinue paying Pinole for services delivered to the unincorporated areas of Terra Hills, but we still had to cover the area. It was said that Confire helped Pinole more than Pinole helped Confire. As I said, I have numbers that show differently.
Thank you. Any other public comments, please?
Yes, we have 3 via Zoom. We'll start with Cordell Hindler. Mr. Hindler?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
So good evening, Mayor Salimi, Council, Cordell Hendler Richmond. So thank you, Chief Wine Coop, for that update. So I was looking at the slides and I'm thinking that I'm very proud that Captain Dorsey, he's done a wonderful job with the fire department. He's done wonderful. And so hopefully that you will get some more personnel in the summer months ahead. So I do support it. And I'm thinking that I agree with everything that's been said. So I don't want to repeat it all. So I like the presentation and I'll just leave it at that.
Vincent Wells.
Good evening, sir. Please go ahead.
Mr. Wells, are you able to unmute yourself?
Can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Loud and clear. Good evening, sir.
But I had my phone in the pocket and been moving around. But anyway, yeah, so no, I appreciate the presentation from the fire chief. And it's been a long time coming for that's been something that's, been on my wish list for 40 years since it was closed. And I appreciate, Supervisor Joya and all the work from all of those that served on the Measure X committee. I will tell you, Local 1230 worked our butts off on helping to get that measure passed. And then the focus from our part was, getting some of that money to fire. And we do believe that. So reopening 74 will be very significant to the Battalion 7 concept. And I think a lot of people want to make Battalion 7 to be territorial, but what it is everybody in that jurisdiction relies on the other jurisdiction, and the community benefits from all those jurisdictions working together and adding an additional resource, regardless of where it comes from, who pays for it, and get into all the, the details like that. Debbie, for example, wants to get into.
Sir, sorry, I just want to clarify that the comments are coming to me. I don't want to make a debate. Just state your case. I just want to be fair to everybody here. It's not a debate. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. So anyway, so the bottom line is opening that station benefits the entire area, and whether you work for Contra Costa Fire or you live in Knowles jurisdiction or Rodeo Hercules jurisdiction or Contra Costa jurisdiction, we all work together as one unit. In that area, it doesn't matter what patch you have on your shirt. So just to add to the fact that Local 1230, we're very with everything that it's going to take to reopen Station 74. It will benefit Pinole and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Irma Ruport. Let's go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, council members, staff, and public. Thank you, Chief, for all the work that you're doing. It really is great to see someone working towards the community for the betterment. I think that you will get some naysayers who say why, how, when, and where. We know where they've been. We know where they belong. And obviously, we won't get anywhere. So I say to the community, thank you, Chief. Thank you for the fire department, Supervisor Joya, the supervisors for thinking one thing, the safety of the people of Pinole. We need that station open. We passed Measure S as a whole community and the county. So thank you, Chief. Again, let's go positive. And for those naysayers, you know what? You should have asked those questions 40 years ago.
I'm sorry,
Don't worry
ma'am.
when we needed
I just
to
want
keep it
to.
open.
I don't want to start a debate here.
It's not a debate.
The comments are to be sent to me
Mayor,
directly.
I'm just saying, Mayor,
Just one telling you.
that I've lived here over 40 years, Mayor, and it's time to think positive for the community and the safety for all. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Here we have one more speaker, Bob Kopp.
To cut.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions of the council. A couple of councils ago, we had meetings at different places in the city to discuss the fire department. The council also paid something where I was told between $40,000 and $50,000 for an independent company to come in and tell us what the needs were of the city of Pinole. And what's going on now doesn't jive with what the proposal was that this company gave us. They didn't recommend that we actually needed to open 74. That's a private company that we paid money for. And at the time, the cost difference with the county was going to raise the cost of Pinole considerable. Now, is this one here with the proposal going to keep the cost for our fire department the same as it is now? Or is it going to raise the cost like it was determined a number of years ago when you were negotiating with Rodeo Hercules, you were negotiating with Con Fire, and all of these prices at that time was considerably higher than what this independent company said that we needed for its representation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question or comments?
No more public comments.
Before I turn it back to the public, I think I want to just clarify something from the entire council, that the entire city council is very appreciative for the work that Measure X has done. Local 1230 members of the community, of supervisors, by helping us to get to $2 million. So we are very appreciative. We want to thank everybody. Then I will turn it back to Councilmember Thomas. Please go ahead.
Sure. I wanted to thank the chief for the report. I had an opportunity to participate in a number of the Measure X committee meetings over the last summer and listened to a lot of the concerns that folks in East County had and advocated for equal treatment for us in West County. So I do look forward to reviewing the proposed contract. It's not clear to me exactly how it will work, but I know that our chief is working diligently with Con Fire chief, and will bring us something that we can be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chief Wynkoop, for your presentation, and also congratulations to our administrative fire chief, fire captain, Stephen Dorsey, as well, for all his hard work. I had a couple questions, and first of all, again, thank you to all those who voted for Measure X and for the opportunity for us to even have this conversation. I know it's been somewhat of a pain point for the last few years with regards to the closure of Station 74. So it's great to just be able to look forward and look ahead. I wanted to reference some of the items in the staff report with regards to a letter that the council had sent to the Measure X committee. In that report, it talked about, it talked about, of course, just the need to open the fire station. But it also talked about another initiative, which is about supporting diversity and inclusion on the workplace. Can you talk to some of the work that you are doing and your department is doing with regards to what is specified as diversity and inclusion in the workspace, and how you may use those funds to support those efforts too?
One of the things is it has to do with the countywide revision of, or not revision of hiring practices, but emphasis in hiring practices, and at the ground level, engaging that are underrepresented in the fire service at the school levels, at the introducing to the public and to these underrepresented communities the fire service as an option. So a lot of times, what happens is by the time that one applies, there's certain things requirements you need to meet in order to be hired for the fire department, and a lot of times those it takes a while to get those certifications a lot of times, and so a lot of the underrepresented communities earlier in the process, right, as they're they're in high school, coming out of high school, colleges, out of college, to be introduced to the profession and as an option for a career development or a career path. And so I think that's one of it's a better public engagement. Also, with regard to active recruiting, the ideas behind that all the fire chiefs have collectively supported as far as recruitment, and that's kind of what's behind that diversity and inclusion in the workplace. If that answers your question.
Partially, is there a estimated amount of money that with the new funds coming in that we're presenting on this type of work, or?
I can get back to you on that. I don't have that number in front of me, but I can get back to you with that.
Okay, great, thank you. Another question I wanted to ask with regards to our current active fire station in addition to Station 74 is are fire stations upgraded to modern seismic and firefighting standards? The buildings themselves?
The buildings themselves, and I will just, I don't know exactly. Station 74 is a much newer building, so my assumption is that it definitely would be. I'd have to see and check with Public Works as far as what was the last, seismic upgrades with Station 73.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. It would be great to have an update. I know some of these funds would probably support that effort as well. So I'm just, it'd be great to know. My last question is.
There are certain infrastructural monies being.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chief. And just a last question. The last Pinole Finance Subcommittee conversation we had, we talked about the capital improvement plan. One of the things that came up was our upcoming energy audit, which we're funding. I can't remember the exact amount, but I just wanted to confirm that that Station 74 was also within that assessment. I don't know, Chief, if that's a question for you or for our city manager.
Yeah, the funding for the facilities, energy audits and assessments would include 74 as well as the other city buildings.
Okay, great. So that's already funded. That wouldn't be coming out of the Measure X funds that.
No, and to clarify, the $2 million that the Board of Supervisors has appropriated for Measure X is specifically towards a collaboration with Pinole to reopen 74. So Chief Weinkoop will get back to us regarding the seismic condition of 73 and also whether there are some countywide initiatives or fundings that are going to be directed towards increasing historically underrepresented groups in the fire service. But I don't think any of the $2 million that the supervisors have earmarked for Pinole Station 74 would be used for purpose, facility upgrades. I think that would have to come from a different pot of money.
Can you elaborate why? I'm just curious.
Because that wasn't a part of the proposal that the fire chiefs or that the Measure X Advisory Committee or that the Board of Supervisors considered. I think the ask for the $2 million for Station 74 was, and I don't know that it couldn't be used for that. I just don't think that was part of the thread of dialogue around that $2 million for Station 74 was energy upgrades to the facility.
Gotcha. Thank you. Just wanted to know about that. And then just in terms of negotiations, I realized that the city manager, the city attorney, as well as Fire Chief Weinkoop, you all have been initiating and starting those conversations. How often can we expect report backs from those conversations? And yeah, how often, especially it seems like an early 2023 date. If those negotiations go well, is what we can expect of an opening of Station 74. How often should we see a report back about those negotiations, the council?
And kind of in real time discussing that, I would be open to update as often as you'd like. I mean, would with the city manager might want to chime in as a quarterly update, I'd be glad to give a quarterly update of that. So.
Well, and just to clarify the timeline, so, and I might characterize them a little differently. We came to the city council and asked for city council direction to have a dialogue with Confire about possible collaboration. So I think negotiation has a slightly different connotation. I don't know that I would characterize the dialogue we're engaged with Confire's negotiation so much right now as we're just sharing ideas on potential business points. And the timeline is possible consideration by the city council of a contract in fall of this year, with the opening of 74 in late winter, early spring of 2023. So certainly before we would present a proposed agreement to the city council, we'd want to get city council feedback on the business points
And I think I might characterize the stage that follows the city council's feedback on the business points as the negotiations component, once city council has kind of formalized the city's position. But the idea is that there'll be information sharing about the deal points. We'll get input from the city council. We'll go back and do some negotiations and hopefully get to a draft agreement both parties are happy with to present to the city council for consideration this fall.
Fantastic. Thank you. That's all, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Martinez, please go ahead. Martinez Ruben, sorry.
Thank you. Hello, Chief Boynkoop. Thank you for your report. I have a couple questions. I think they're related. One of them it primarily has to do with an expression that was used in the staff report and used it as well in your presentation, and that is related to cost of operating Station 74 being comparable to the budget now available to Station 73. But there weren't any figures. So could you remind us what your estimates are and what that means, that comparability? And given also the, pardon if I am mischaracterizing this, but the supplemental or the additional funding from Measure X. Thank you. That's one question. And then the other is the fiscal also related to fiscal impact, the independent fiscal analysis. Who will be doing that and what will it entail? And this may be one of those business points that we'll see in a bit or months down the line. But the rate, the term of the contract for those integrated services with Confire, in the range, are we talking about a year, a multiple year contract, 5 years, a decade? You know, different departments, different agencies have different terms I've come to understand. And what I might think is short term is really like 5 years or 10 years, which someone else might not think is so short. So thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, and thank you for the question or questions. Let's start in inverse order. Contracts that I have seen tend to be in 5-year increments. So we would, be talking usually like 5-year or a 10-year contract. With regard to the independent fiscal analysis, so one of the things that's going to be discussed among our joint team meetings here is all the deliverables that have to be delivered to LAFCO, the division of tasks and who's going to take care of what, and then the timelines associated with same. So from there, we're going to get an idea of how much can we as our collective team take care of ourselves and what's going to need to be outsourced. If one thing that would have to by definition be outsourced is an independent financial analysis, as the name implies. So if it's determined that among our team, we can handle the rest of the deliverables, then the only outsourced thing would be the independent financial analysis. So I don't know, the question was the question who is going to conduct that?
It was actually like a two-part question. Who would be conducting it if we know that? And then what does that independent fiscal analysis entail? Okay.
So who would be conducting that? It's an interesting question. One of the things the process has become much more detailed over the last about 5 years. And so that LAFCO is requiring now, since 2015, 2016, maybe 17, when the new LAFCO requirements were detailed, there hasn't been a whole lot of these contracts initiated. However, the LAFCO executive director has shared with us a recent, very recent, just in the last couple of weeks, that contract and LAFCO packet that has been submitted between the city of Oroville and Butte County to the Butte County LAFCO. And there, it shows the whole bag, kind of a template that we could use. And it was given to us purposely by the LAFCO executive director as a kind of a template. So there, they have their independent financial analysis provider. So that would certainly, so that this is an entity that has done that before. Now, that's not necessarily the one we're going to use, but it's certainly a good someone to start with because they've done a good job. I've seen it. I think that's a public document. Councilmember Martinez Rubin, I could share with you if you wanted to see what that entails. I could certainly send that to you rather than kind of.
Chief Weinkoop, if I may add, so there's a whole, there's a whole professional consulting field of firms that do financial analyses for all types of organizations, but particularly for local government organizations, including related to shared services. But for instance, a lot of LAFCO processes, not just the contract for service we're considering, require an independent financial analysis. So a firm came in and did an independent financial analysis related to the East Contra Costa Fire Protection District's annexation into the Contra Costa County Fire Protection District. So there are a lot of firms and a standard model for what those independent financial analyses look like.
Yeah, no, thank you both. It's not so much a personal interest as to I'm trying to find a way where some of the questions that come up in public comment about cost and maybe even us or what we don't know about today, other agencies might be aware of, that we can have some sense about that as true costs. And I'm going to put quotes as true costs as we would know them by the time a contract is signed. And if that kind of information would come to us as a full council and similarly then to the public. Again, it's a matter of informing and educating us all about what we're getting into, really.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that's a really critical part. And it's, the sense that the city's current budget for fire services, which is about $5 million, and the $2 million of Measure X funds, the idea that that is going to be sufficient to cover Confire's operation of 2 stations actually came from Confire. But I think that we are all very interested in getting an independent expert perspective on this. This arrangement where county fire provides municipal fire services is actually somewhat common in Alameda County. So we have colleagues there that we can learn from, both on the business points who've lived through this kind of an arrangement and can help us identify all sorts of deal points and operational considerations that are financial and otherwise, is going to be a great resource for us. And then, of course, working with the independent financial consultant. So I think it's absolutely critical for city staff, for the city council, for the public to get that independent analysis. I think that'll be a key piece of information for the council in deciding whether it seems to make sense to proceed.
Thank you both.
And maybe one more thing I was going to say in regard to that first question of yours, Councilman. And kind of maybe to address a bit of the public discourse as well from citizens, kind of the question of, well, how is it that we could do this by and it really, I think one of the questions that was asked previous iterations of this concept and whatnot, what has changed? The funding source is that previous of this idea, we're kind of looking at this as a Pinole Confire transaction in a vacuum. And I think that part of what makes this perhaps more feasible is this broader context that this is something that, we're talking about 5 stations being open countywide, supplemented by a tax measure, that the efficiencies and the that are gained by doing this in a large scale have some economic advantages. So that might be one of the questions that could be answered. That's what's changed. That's what's different about this kind of a proposition as opposed to.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Tave.
Just real quick, for the public, the Local Agency Formation Commission, LAFCO, can you explain their role? Like when, because I don't think we said what that acronym is and what happens when a deal is somewhat not struck, but negotiated, and what that means going to that commission and what their role is.
Sure, I can briefly talk on it, and then I may also yield to the city manager as well. So a LAFCO is the local agency formation commission, but it oversees much more than fire fire contract negotiations and fire contracts. Any kind of public service that traverses cities, municipalities, public agencies would be overseen by a LAFCO, somewhat like the and city manager, correct me if I'm wrong, like the water waste treatment facility that has being Pinole and Hercules collaborate on, is overseen by LAFCO as well, and maybe
Sure, briefly, and this is something actually we're blessed and fortunate to have the city attorney and his colleagues have great expertise in working in LAFCO. But in short, so LAFCO looks at interjurisdictional service arrangements, so JPAs, contracts for service. Recently, and Chief Weinkoop mentioned this, LAFCO has been tasked with more oversight of contracts for service, which previously had been dealt with more like a traditional contracts the city might enter into. A city council is authorized to hire a different jurisdiction to provide a service in the same similar way that a city council was authorized to hire a private company to provide a service. I think in part due to some of the pension considerations and unfunded liabilities and some of the issues with the financial solvency of some JPAs, LAFCOs have been tasked with the state in playing a larger oversight role. So a contract for service now under relatively recent state law will need to be approved through the LAFCO process, not just by the governing bodies of Pinole and Confire. So basically it will go through the same comparable process. It's the LAFCO process that requires an independent financial analysis. The city council might or Confire might want to request one of those, even if LAFCO didn't require it, just for some reassurance and an outside perspective. But so the LAFCO board will have to look at the contract for service. There'll be a public hearing. There'll be a protest opportunity. If you've been following the annexation of East Fire into Confire and have been getting those updates, it's a similar LAFCO process. And I don't know, City Attorney Casher, if you want to add to that.
No, I think that just about covers it. That is an added step. So there will be a LAFCO commission approval of this arrangement. And to the city manager's point, some of these requirements relate to LAFCO requirements for this.
Okay, and then the second question I had was, as we move through this process, deal points are going to be put together, a document is going to eventually form. And I know that normally we're in closed session, we review those points. Will we have an opportunity to go over those points in closed session or open? How does that process look for the council or future council?
So these would be public meetings for the most part. Yeah. So I'm not aware of any at this time, anything that would lend itself to a closed session discussion of this. So these would likely be open public meetings and open discussions of these deal points.
Awesome. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your questions and comments. Chief, thank you again. I think I forgot to thank you for your participation in Measure X and helping us to get those $2 million. And I know that your effort has been very precious, and without you, we wouldn't be here today. Thank you again.
Thank you.
One member of the public asked a question about a study that was done 3 years ago about that study stating that Station 74 was not really a need. And then listening to what you are telling us tonight with Measure X, is that it's not just about Pinole, it's about opening the fire stations total. And now we're looking at the region more than at just Pinole. Is that correct? That's why everything changed. It's not just Pinole, it's the region as a total.
Yes, and the fire service study that we paid for did actually recommend that Station 74 be reopened. That was the primary recommendation. It was the obstacle was funding source. There wasn't enough funding. It wasn't a sustainable endeavor. Which were looked into. So that's the qualitative difference. Is now there's a funding source and it's sustainable. And so, yeah, that was the. Did that answer your question? Was there a second part of your question?
Yes. That answer, perfect answer. The other question I think has been asked many times to us is, how can we maintain one station with 5 million and be able to open 2 stations with 7 million? And I've been talking with staff, and I think there's some manipulation in terms of staffing that needs to be done, but $7 million would be enough money to be able to operate and have enough staff for 2 stations, correct?
That now that have been given by Confire as estimates as to what it cost on average, $3.5 million on average for to operate a station. And again, that, you know, because of their efficiencies and their this is in 30 stations, counting station 74 probably. And so so those are not exact numbers, but we know within a pretty good range that it's not going to be $8 million. So when we sit down and work out the details of that, you know, there may be, you know, concept that the county chiefs kind of came up with was, hey, let's everybody bring, if you have a closed fire station in your service area, what if everything to the table, what would be the delta to make it work in each of the service areas? So given that estimate and pretty close, though rough estimate, it's pretty accurate estimate. It's about $3.5 million per station for Confire to operate a station. So 2 stations would be $7 million. So that's what we're working on right now, and we're very confident that whatever difference there might be is not going to be significant to where we wouldn't think it was a good idea to go ahead and do it.
Thank you, Chief. That's a perfect answer. And I have a question. I hear from the public that some members of our public are telling me the ambulance value, if we were to add more ambulances, we could be saving lives. Therefore, we don't really need 2 stations. What do you have to say about those comments? But not needing 2 stations, but just having 1 station, just having more ambulances.
Well, I would say, first of all, ambulances provide a tremendous and necessary service to our community, obviously. But a fire service entails much more than transportation of patients and emergency medical to obviously rescues, house fires. We go to freeway accidents. We go to we go to cars into buildings. We go into all types of emergencies that our ambulances provide. So the other thing is that Station 74 gives the proximity of fire stations to the community. It's a 50-50 when an emergency goes out. More often than not, the fire engine arrives first, and the fire engines have paramedics. So we do everything that the paramedics on the ambulance do, and a heck of a lot more. So it's providing with all, you know, again, not taking anything away from what ambulances do, the ambulance services do. The fire department is able to provide a plethora of more services to the community.
Excellent answer. Thank you, Chief. Let me see if I have another question here. Yes, if we were to move forward with the negotiation and we're to move towards the county, and for any reason something doesn't work out in 2 years, or 3 years down the road and we can financially not support it. Is there any type of escape clause that will be associated in the language that will allow the city of Pinole to revert back to the existing system just in case?
So those are among the things that we will be discussing, but certainly that is those off ramps, if you will, in a contract are pretty standard. I can assure you that there will be some type of language included for those unlikely situations, but certainly any contract would have some type of provision for that.
Thank you, Chief. That concludes, I guess, the comments and the question from the council. And that I would like to close that item for your presentation. I would like to thank you on behalf of the City Council, you and Measure X Committee and Local 1230 and everybody who participated in helping us to get those $2 million. Thank you again.
Thank you all.
It's I will then close item number 11, which is old business, and move forward to item 12A and 12B. And for item 12A, we will receive report on how the city facilities supports community events organized by private organizations and provide direction as appropriate. And the action tonight will be to receive a report and provide action. And tonight we have Director Picasso. Good evening, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor.
I will give you
Council, City
7
Staff.
minutes to make a presentation, and then council would have 15 minutes for discussion. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, City Staff, and members of the public. Slide, please. So the city has supported numerous community events hosted by private organizations over the years. These events have well complemented the many community events that the city organizes and have led to increased community engagement and quality of life in the city. Provide examples of community events that have been supported by the city.
Broadcast is working on it, Maria.
Okay,
Just one
thank
second.
you.
Would you like us to come back to item 12A in a few minutes? Okay, it's coming up. Perfect.
Next slide, please. Next slide. These are some examples of community events that have been supported by the city. The Pinole Car Show, Pinole's Historical Society's Veterans Day event, Bike the Bridges, Special Olympics, the Plunge fundraiser, Friends of Pinole Water Creek Watershed cleanup events, Pinole Valley High School Day on the Green event, and Troop 81's Memorial Day event at Fernandez. The organizers are responsible for coordinating the events and all logistics of the events. The city has historically supported these events through a variety of means that will be reviewed in the next slide. It's facilitated the events organizers' application for city permits, paying the cost of permits and rental fees on the organizer's behalf, installing traffic barricades, providing additional garbage receptacles, garbage collection, and post-event cleanup, filming and televising the events. Slide. providing audio, visual equipment, providing chairs, coordinating and paying for portable toilets, providing additional public safety staffing, providing use of city facilities. Right. I will review the process for community events organized by private events. So prior to 2021, the city did not have a clear or consistent or well-documented policy or procedure for how to facilitate or support these events. In the past, not all events were required to get necessary city permits nor pay the cost of city support for events. In fiscal year 2021-22, the city piloted a program that implemented the practice of having the recreation manager serve as a single point of contact for private organizations. The recreation manager gathered information from the event organizer and worked across city departments to determine what city approvals would be required for the event. The recreation manager facilitated the organizer's permit applications, informed the organizer of what support the city could provide to the organizer and the cost of that support. This approach has resulted in more coordinated and better documented city support for the events. The experience with the pilot, as well as recent event inquiries, revealed that the city would benefit from a specific special event permitting process. City staff is in the process of creating a special event permit application, which is expected to be completed and implemented in fiscal year 2022-23. Next slide, please. Fiscal 2021-22, the city appropriated funding specifically to cover the costs associated with these events. The Pinole Car Show was one event that was funded for in 2021-22. There was also $100,000 that was put aside for yet to be determined privately sponsored community events. Next slide. Designating a city staff as a single point of contact for private organizations and appropriating funding specifically for the city support has been successful and has improved the process that was previously used. However, the city still lacks detailed policies regarding what forms and amount of support that can be provided to privately organized community events. City staff recommends that Community Services Department draft such policies for City Council's consideration subsequent to the arrival of the Community Services Director. Next slide. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions and take direction from council.
Thank you, Ms. Picasso. I will turn it back to the public for questions and comments, please.
We have two in-person public speakers. That would be Bob Kopp and Rafael Menes.
How many Zoom comments we have?
One at this time.
Would just like to report on what the car show committee has done in 2019. We gave the city almost $8,000 back. Part of it went to the Pinole TV. Part of it was a check to the police department for the Explorers. In 2020, we didn't have one. 2021, we had 96,000 plus or minus money divided between Pinole TV and the senior center. So all the money that we raised went back into an agency of the city of Pinole. So that should help the cause a little bit. I mean, it goes back, and then it's one of the biggest events that happens in the city of Pinole. It's been going on for almost 28 years. I've been involved for the last 3 years because the car show that had it before, that club disbanded in like 2018. So some of the council people asked me if I would take it over because I had done car shows at the high school for like 8 years in a row before they put the AstroTurf in, and the coach said, we're not driving cars on this brand new AstroTurf. So that's why I ended up getting involved with it. And right now I'm still involved with it. And right now it looks like we're going to have even a better year this year because of our sponsors and because of the number of people who are coming. It goes back to the same date as it was for the 20-something years that the big car show club put on. So it's always going to be on the last Sunday in June, which goes along with all the previous years. And the people like it being in June. We had it in September. We had a pretty good turnout. We cleared, over way over $9,000 that was, split. So that's my report on the car show. And right now everything's going smooth. We've already got the bond up for the gentleman that owns the little shopping center. The bond for the city's been in. The payment to the police department for their permit. Everything is 100% paid about. You can ask Maria over probably now about 2 months, right, Maria?
Yes.
So if you have any questions, I'm ready to answer anything I can.
Thank you, Mr. Cup. I will then turn it to the, Mr. Cup has been kind enough to participate in the car show, is asking the city council if we have any question related to what you just stated. Any council member would like to ask Mr. Cup a question? Go ahead, please.
Mr. Kopp, hello.
Hi.
Thank you. I know that you like to, via the car show, assist the small businesses, and to a large degree, the event draws people from outside of Pinole and creates some foot traffic in Old Town, which is what many of the businesses that are there over the years have continually been asking for help with. So thank you for that. I was taking notes, but I missed the point that you brought up about the contribution, the actual monetary contribution that you made. Can you give us again the range over the years, how much that's been?
Well, it was approximately $8,000 in 2019. In 2021, it was like $9,600. 100% of the profit we've got has been split. Only thing we kept back was $1,000 to start the next year with. And if you talk to the merchants downtown, that is their best day of the year. One of the reasons I got involved with it, the people on the Bear Claw, I've known that family since 1958, when they used to be at 4th and McDonald in Richmond. So they've been friends of mine for a long time. And talking to Mike and Terry, that is their best day of the year. And it is for the Antlers and quite a few of the other businesses. It's their best day. And it brings a lot of people to Old Town. For years, people have been wanting to have more people come to Old Town because mostly people live on the other side of the freeway. Where I live in the valley, they hardly ever come down here because there's really nothing to draw them into Old Town. And this happens to bring, a lot of people in Old Town, not just from Pinole, but they come from all over. So it's, it is actually the biggest event in the city of Pinole.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, just a little comment. Having gone around and met some of the people who participate, they're from other cities, other counties, and one non-monetary benefit that I heard about was the reunion. This creates a reunion for a number of people that have moved out of Pinole and come back. And some of those do belong to those car clubs that come in and show their cars, but they also ask about what life is like in Pinole and what's it like to live here, and how as recently as last year when the car show was held, and I went about and walked around and asked, and thanked people for joining us. There were inquiries as to the real estate and property in Pinole, which which I think is a reflection of, positive environment that the event helps create and attracts people. And whether they eventually return or join us as property owners, I couldn't tell you. But even to be asked about that and have the reputation that it's a safe, clean, welcoming town was good. It was good to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Tave.
Yeah, I just wanted to, we love the event. I mean, it's great. My sons love it. It's all smiles. I think the event's great for Pinole, and thank you for the work that you put in to that event. I just want to ask, is there anything we can do more to enhance it? Is there an element that you feel might be missing, or something that we can try to work with the group to enhance the event?
Well, at the present time, with the police department doing what they've always done, with the new lieutenant we have on staff right now. Last year, we had a couple of meetings, and he told me what he was going to do, when he was going to have it done, and he had it done ahead of time. The thing was, they want to put a little trailer inside the shopping center. Well, a couple of years ago, they were supposed to have it, they're going to put it in the night before. Well, we get there and it's not there, so we think they're not coming. So some guys parked there and their little confrontation went on. But the gentleman now, the lieutenant we have now, he had it done by like 6:30 in the morning. He was down and ready for us to open the street. What that does is you have to wait till 7 or 8 o'clock for the people to check in and go park. You have them backed up way down Pinole Valley Road. That's what used to happen with the car club that had it. They had people way down, almost down to Henry a few times, because a couple of times they had over 350 cars show up. But by him doing his job and getting us in quick, we didn't have a backup on the Pinole Valley Road at all, which really helped us in that respect. And Public Works guys have been great. They've been doing the same thing, for over 25 years. So they know what to do, when to do it, and how to do it. And they do it real quickly, professional. And the minute they're done, the police says, okay, we open it up, and everything went really smooth. The last year was the smoothest year we've had since I've been doing it. And I'm really thankful for where the lieutenant took care of everything like he said he would.
Thank you. Just want to quickly move on because this is not the subject tonight. I just want to give you the opportunity to express yourself, and we are appreciative for what you have done. So thank you. Next public comment, please.
Okay.
Rafael Menes.
So I'm going to be brief on this one. The recommendation is that city staff recommends the Community Services Department draft such policies around the support of privately organized community events for City Council's consideration subsequent to the arrival of the new Community Services Director. I would suggest that this is one of the cases where it would be a good idea to refer those policies to the Community Services Commission as part of their remit before the council considers them. Because the Community Services Commission both has people on it, like Commissioner Kopp, who have direct experience with organizing and putting on these events, and because by its bylaws, it's what it's supposed to do, just like the Parks Master Plan that it's also going to be considering further at some point. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. People from Zoom.
Yes, we have Cordell Hindler.
You okay, Roxanne?
Yes, go ahead.
So good evening, Mayor Salimi, Council. My name is Cordell Henlon. I'm a Richmond resident. So thank you, Maria, for that update. So as Rafael has mentioned, before you take action on this, I would suggest let the Community Services Commission, look at it and see what they want to see. And then as far as like the Community Services Director, I'm thinking that I would put it on hold until the new person comes on board, to get their input on it. So that's up to your discretion.
Thank you. I guess that concludes public comments. Now we'll turn it back for City Council for comments and questions. I will just combine those together. Councilmember Tave, go ahead, please.
No questions, no comments.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
I'm sorry, I forgot whether there's questions or comments, but I
combine.
combined.
Go ahead,
Okay,
yes.
thank you. Yeah. Yeah, the idea of having the Community Services Commission weigh in on the creation of a draft, so the draft policy guidance document, in tandem or maybe parallel tracks. I imagine and anticipate that there'll probably be some commonalities, but to get the direct input from people who live in Pinole would be wonderful. And the new ideas from the future department head, the community services director, as well, because they'll start fresh. And I'm hopeful they also will bring ideas about what such a guidance document would have from their involvement in other cities, which we would welcome, I think. I would have a request that one of the groups would create a volunteer logging sheet with the goal of documenting any of the nonprofit or organizations that would collaborate with the city to have these community events that they uniformly log pieces of information like how many volunteers were involved, how many volunteer hours, what kind over the different phases that are required for a volunteer group to spend in planning, promoting, publicizing, distributing publicity and promotional material, recruiting volunteers, training volunteers, and implementing the event. I don't know to what degree the Community Services Commission is involved in any of these events. And if they're not tracking that, that we ought to do that as well. I'm sure there are samples out there, a little bit more than what someone might require to sign off on a community service day, perhaps, or sometimes when students or others come and they do volunteer hours and they have to report to, like, I don't know who they report to, but sometimes they report to court service as evidence that they spent some community service hours. Minimally that kind of information, but a little bit more so that the city can have documented the level of effort that is used by volunteers, so that when the city goes after community-oriented grants, that piece of information is available to us. There is a fiscal cost, although the nonprofit groups don't necessarily track it. There is a group that estimates that a volunteer service hour is probably along the lines of $30 an hour. And I think it's worthwhile documenting that for both the private volunteer groups as well as for the city. With the contribution, for example, that the car show makes, we can also compare the cost that the city bears. And so then it becomes a matter of, we've got some documentation about the actual labor involved and the time, effort, costs associated with that, as well as the non-monetary benefits that are associated with an event. So I hope that's clear, but very simply, if we can have some sort of logging track for the volunteer effort spent that the city could offer to the groups with whom it would collaborate in the future, and that I think would be worthwhile, so that it helps us as a city document that effort.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes, just a few comments and a question. First and foremost, I wanted to thank you, Ms. Picasso, for your presentation, and thank you for the direction you are requesting from our city in terms of next steps. First and foremost, I wanted to mention, I'm really glad that we now have what I see as a liaison role between some of our private organizations and you stepping up. So I just wanted to commend you, Ms. Picasso, on stepping up. I know this has happened in the last year, that we have this kind of new implementing procedure of one specific staff. I think that's really helpful for a lot of folks who are trying to navigate piloting events, new events that have been here 20, 30 years, and finding an opportunity to support those private organizations and developing, really the culture of Pinole. So I just want to commend city staff, Ms. Picasso, City Manager Murray, for making this a priority and stepping up during this time, because I think it's going to be really helpful moving forward, especially if we were to implement a policy. So wanted to mention that. Also wanted to definitely support the idea of this policy being workshopped through the Community Services Commission. I would encourage it. I also think that it would be a great opportunity to do that before the Community Services Director comes. Hopefully that person will have additional feedback, and potentially those early conversations could be a huge opportunity for collaboration between the new director and the commission itself. So definitely am supportive of that idea, and thank you, Mr. Menace, for mentioning that. The only thing I would mention, and I think this is along the lines of Councilmember Martinez Rubin, is just thinking about how might we, involving that new policy, implement a practice of data collection in a safe way, and of course in a way that protects the privacy of citizens. But I just want to encourage the idea of potentially considering the collection of data around the attendance numbers, and just ensuring that we know that information somehow, and seeing if we can work with these private organizations to ensure that we know how many people are attending these events, and quite possibly, if possible, who's attending the event. So some demographic information, whether they live in Pinole or not live in Pinole, their background. Could be an opportunity for us to, yes, receive funding, but also just even as a council, think about new ideas and new partnerships we can explore based on those numbers. Other things would be, accessibility info, and just anything that we can derive from certain areas being more accessible, or any information with regards to data that we can pull from some of these great events, I think would be a huge opportunity for next steps for our city and for our council. So just wanted to encourage that as we're thinking about this new implementation of a special event permit, and a process that we're working with private organizations. So that's all for me. Again, thank you for your presentation. Thank you for the staff report. And if there's anything we can do to support this work, and to the public, if there's anything that you're thinking about, this is now the time to take us to task. So thank you again.
Councilmember Thomas.
Yes, I also want to thank you for the presentation. Thank you, Mr. Kopp, for your ongoing work with the car show. I think the list of community events is great. I've enjoyed participating in a number of them. I'm kind of curious, though, about the Pinole Valley High School Day on the Green. I wonder if it's like the Days on the Green that I used to attend. But again, I also support this going through the Community Services Commission. Our volunteers that serve on these commissions, I think this is something that they would really look forward to participating in and reviewing before it comes to council. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Picasso, for your comment and report. Thank you, council. I understand the direction of the council right now. It's to really go to a workshop of the community to make the decision. And I also heard comments related to maintaining a tracking spreadsheet of who's using and where, so that we get to know exactly what is doing what in the community. I mean, we have two options. We can make it go back to the as a workshop, but the output is exactly going to be the same. It's going to be a staff member who likely is going to make a recommendation, such as any member of a private organization could rent any city-owned property at a specific rate. That's what the recommendation will come out. I mean, we can make the decision to. I assume that's what the city staff recommendation will be. Mr. Andrew Murray, what do you think the recommendation will be?
Well, I think one thing that has become more apparent to me in my time in Pinole is that we actually have a pretty wide diversity of different types of what we call privately coordinated community events. So the car show is the largest, but as was shown in the staff report in the presentation, there are all sorts of events of sizes large and small, coordinated by different types of organizations. And so actually, I think that involve different portions of the community, different amounts of community members. So actually, I would expect the Community Services Commission and the new Community Service Director to provide a more fine-grained recommendation for a policy for the council's consideration. So for instance, we know that the city council's budgeted $100,000 to support community events. This is separate then from the amount of money the city council has budgeted for city organized community events like the Easter egg hunt and National Night Out and the like. These are for privately organized events that are open to the community. So there should be some guidelines on how that funding is appropriated. So it might be events of a certain type that are being proposed by a private organizer can get a certain baseline level of city support, say X number of garbage cans, say the city paying on behalf of the applicant a rental of one park space. So there's a baseline for certain events. If the requests for city support are above a certain threshold, then maybe it goes through a Community Services Commission decision-making process. So I think we would expect, and to some degree, I think we had hoped that we might get here by this point with a more specific recommendation, but we haven't. So I think, yeah, I would expect some pretty detailed recommendations about how to handle these.
All right. What type of specific recommendation were you hoping to get tonight? Just
nothing really. It's a presentation on our pilot program. And this idea, the recommendation is that city staff come back with a more detailed set of recommendations on policies. But a new idea that I heard raised by public comment and supported by the council was that staff work through this Community Services Commission, which I think is a brilliant idea. So that's the direction, and we would love to get that direction.
okay, excellent. So I will turn it back to a member of the council to make that suggestion. And do we need to vote on it? Yes.
A motion would be.
A motion. Okay. Can I have a council member
I'll
Thomas?
move that we provide direction for the policy, go through the Community Services Commission prior to coming to the council.
And having a track of that specific spreadsheet that council member Martinez Ruben suggested.
And yes, and recommending that volunteer organizations track their volunteer hours as possible, as much as possible.
Subsequent categories, yeah. Yes.
Yes.
I'm sorry, restating the motion, please.
I'll restate the motion that we provide direction to staff to develop the policy, go through the Community Services Commission before it comes to the council, and also have the city work with the volunteer organizations to track hours of volunteer time and the different tasks that they're working on.
And if I may, I heard one other suggestion that I thought was made a lot of sense. And now that we've heard it, as staff would be recommending, which is that we request that the event organizers collect information on participants. So if that's would be the will of the council.
Yes, I'll add that to my motion. Thank you.
Can you restate those three items? Just to make it clear.
Yes. I'll move that we ask staff to work with the communities, work on the policy through the Community Services Commission, that staff work with the volunteer organizations to collect data, collect hours for the volunteers and include what tasks they're working on. And for the volunteers or staff, collect demographic information on attendance, where people are coming from, to as much as feasible.
Thank you. A second? Okay, a second by Mayor Pro Tem.
Second.
Questions on that?
No, not questions, but we're going to have discussion after the motion. Yes, we
Before we
are.
make the motion, I think we have to have a.
We're going to be
No,
reviewing
we're-
the policy though.
No, yeah, I understand, but ordinarily we have for second discussion and then
Yes,
vote.
go ahead,
Yeah,
discussion. Do you have a
yeah.
discussion about that?
No, I wanted to appreciate, to the extent feasible, the collection of demographic information. And again, yeah, we will be discussing it, but the validity of that is going to be, they're going to be estimates.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin,
One other comment.
Can
List
I
on,
say something for your vote?
I think
Or
we're out
not?
of order. I think you cannot talk right now. It's not open to the public anymore, sir.
so my comment is, and I know we're going to review this, and I think staff will understand this, and the commission will as well. We don't want to make the collection of information, whether it's volunteer or otherwise, so burdensome that it becomes an additional step. We are working with volunteers, and we want to capitalize on the generosity of their time, while at the same time helping them and helping the city to document their efforts, yes, to the extent possible, so that we can enhance the programming that we have. That's the idea.
That's your comment? Okay, 1 second, please. Mr. Kopp? Kopp? Can somebody- I will hold you to withdraw that and would open it back to public comment. He wants to say something. So if he's outside, I can see him.
Mayor, do we have a motion on the floor? A motion in a second?
Inappropriate.
I think actually I'll defer to the city attorney, but I'm not sure if we can take public comment at this point.
I will just close it. I'll come back. Is that something I can do?
The motion can be tabled, but there
Okay.
is an active motion. There's a motion in a second, so there should be a vote. I don't know if the comment.
I'll let
Yeah.
it to you.
I'd like to move forward. We're not approving a policy now. We're approving direction. This is going to go through the Community Services Commission where we can gather more input.
Okay,
So
so we have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Martinez Rubin. Councilmember Toms.
yes,
Councilmember Taves.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Murphy.
Yes.
Mayor Salini.
Yes,
Motion carries. Thank you.
before I move it, I would open it back to public comment on that item. Mr. Cobb, please go ahead.
I'm going on for over 25 years. That's worked really smooth. I've worked with Maria for the last 3 times the car show's gone on. Everything's went smooth and great. And now you're asking us to, all the volunteers that we have when we have meetings and have to track this and track that. I can almost tell you that you put an extra load on the people that are volunteering their hours to put this on. Go out and solicit some sponsors, go out and solicit people to come to the car show. If you start putting more and more rules and regulations and stuff like this on it, I don't think you'll have a car show much longer. Because if it's not broke, why mess with it? It's been working perfect. Maria has worked so great with me in the last few years. She's also head of the Community Service Commission. And I've mentioned the car show a couple of times at the Community Service Commission, and they wasn't really on board about getting involved with it. You can ask Maria that, she's right there, that they wasn't really all hepped up about them taking on another project other than what we already have. I'm on the commission myself, and I don't think they're gonna really go for this too much. And I don't know why we have to make it so complicated. We know exactly who we have to pay. We have to rent the park. We have to rent the baseball field. We have to pay the police department. We have to get a bond for the gentleman that owns the shopping center. All taken care of, all smooth, everything's going smooth. But why do politicians always have to put more and more, I can't say the word I want to say, into something like this? Because you just add more and more things for people to do that's not necessary. If you want to go walk around the car show and ask people where they're from, you can walk through the car show and we have a little plaque, a little card we give them, and they fill it out and it tells you where they're from. So if one of you or all 5 of you want to go down, walk around, make a list of where they're from, I don't have a problem with that. But putting the load back on us that's doing this, I don't really like it.
Thank you, sir.
You can do what you want. You're the council, but that's the way I feel, and that's what I'm going to take back to my committee that's put this on, and see what they have to say. They're not into a whole lot of political, you got to do this, and this. Just go by the rules we've had for years, and Why make it complicated?
Thank you.
I'll just
Go ahead.
add that I added the words if feasible to that. We're not approving the policy now. These are things that we're asking the committee to take a look at. And then we're going to come back. So your comments regarding that additional burden will come back and we'll determine if it's going to be part of the policy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, thank you. Thank you for your comment, and then I will move on to the next item. Here, we have an open policy here, so we like to have public engagement, and I don't want anybody to get upset here. Let's move on to the next item here. That concludes item 12A. Thank you, Director Picasso. I appreciate your comments in your presentation. Let's move on to item 12B, please. Overview of the history and activities of Pinole Community Television. And tonight we have Director David Snell. Good evening, sir. You told me you needed 12 minutes, so I'm going to give you 11. No, 12. Go ahead.
Thank you. Can we get the presentation in share mode, please? Thank you for receiving this report. We'll move on. Here we go. The City of Pinole operates television station, Pinole Community Television, most commonly referred to as PCTV. PCTV broadcasts programming through 2 dedicated channels provided by the city's 2 local cable television service providers, Comcast and AT&T. Mission statement, PCTV's mission statement is to provide a non-commercial community access television station. Pinole Community Television is a public access, educational, and government PEG station. Pinole Community Television Station is available to groups, clubs, organizations, and individuals that reside in the city of Pinole, as well as the city for promotion of events and other relaying community-oriented information. Since December 1983, the city of Pinole has been involved in the operation of community-based public television. In 1997, Pinole Community Television began a progressive local origination program. The station's 2 channels are on the air 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and are broadcast in Pinole, as well as Crockett, Rodeo, Port Costa, and some portions of El Sobrante on the Comcast system. The production priorities remain city council meetings and workshops, city-sponsored events, and community commitments or contract commitments, excuse me. These broadcasts on PCTV include, of course, the live broadcasts of Pinole community meetings or city council meetings, finance subcommittee meetings, planning commission meetings, local origination, cultural and educational program created by PCTV, including live replayed broadcasts of city-sponsored events such as the National Night Out and privately organized community events such as the Pinole Car Show. Cultural and educational programming created by other governmental nonprofit organizations and programming created by members of the public. These are just a few photos that I've assembled to attempt to share the synergy that PCTV has brought to the community with these various events in bringing out the public and developing interest. In years past, the city distributed a survey, and we have worked towards completing that survey or providing the programs that were most responded to by that survey. Of course, community meetings, business news, local arts, information about public safety, local health were all high on the list, along with programs about local clubs, gardening programs, courses from the colleges, senior activities, local sports and recreational activities, school board meetings, programs about the school activities, and student productions. The DIFCA Act, commonly referred to as the Digital Infrastructure and Video Competition Act of 2006, assigned the authority for granting cable television franchises to the California Public Utilities Commission rather than the cities. The DIFCA maintains 1% of the cable provider's gross revenues for the cable's maintenance and replacement of television station equipment, commonly referred to as PEG fees, and 5% of the gross revenues as franchise fees to be used for city's general purposes. As a result of the recession in 2011, the budget was reduced, and we went from a staff of 3 full-time employees to a staff of 2 full-time employees. In fiscal year 2016-17, the city established new rates for organizations that wanted to have their local events broadcast on PCTV. As a result, we lost some of our clients, and some of those organizations discontinued having local events broadcast on PCTV. In 2021-22, the city expects to collect nearly $300,000 in franchise fees from Comcast and AT&T. Of that, $250,000 is budgeted for the general fund, and approximately $50,000 is budgeted for PCTV. The city expects to collect another $50,000 in PEG fees. PCTV currently has a budget for 2 full-time employees and 2 part-time employees, or close to the equivalent of 2.2 FTEs. Currently, the city has contracts to film and produce meetings for other client cities such as El Cerrito, Benicia, and Vallejo. When these bodies do return to their full in-person meetings, this will require significant PCTV staff. PCTV remains in a minimal operational status, serving the city of Pinole and our client-based meetings. Efforts are taken to maintain equipment operational ready for field productions. However, some equipment replacement plans have been delayed. Some of the delayed purchases have required additional staff time in content and data management for their impact, further impacting the staffing shortage. The production studio remains ready for use. There are new developments with Assembly Bill 2635 that may lead to PEG operations in California being offered in high definition. This would be a big improvement in resolution and quality of video delivered to the viewers. PCTV would need to make some equipment upgrades in order to be able to meet the HD content. This page is a collection of videos, snippets really not necessarily edited. Thank you. And it's intended to show a highlight of the synergy that we bring, and we'll get through this rather quickly. It's the last page. Go ahead and push play, please.
Stadium.
Some of these events you have to attend in person to actually realize just how much synergy we bring. This is an example of the PSA that we created for the fireworks display down at the waterfront. Some years we broadcast the event live, some years we're tape delay. This is a PSA or a commercial we created to promote the event in past years. Also attend in past years the Bayfront cleanup or the coastal cleanup as it's called. We couldn't be there every year, but we did strive to provide a PSA every year. So we updated this and provide this commercial for the future events. And of course, the car show. Car show is a huge draw for the citizens of Pinole, and we're honored to be a part of it. This is an example of PCTV participating with a neighboring department and making a PSA to promote one of their activities and support our other city departments. It was a unique video that ESPN had to have for their Monday Night Football, which we got screen credit on a national program. And of course, the concerts in the park. Thank you. And I'm available for any questions.
And if I may, I just wanted to introduce the item and just note that this is really just an informational item. The City Council had requested a future agenda item on kind of an update on PCTV. And I don't know that anytime recently there'd been a discussion of the history of the station and its recent activities. So we wanted to bring everybody up to date. You know, there are some questions about, and there've been some changes over time to the focus of the station, the resources the city has invested. So we're not looking for any direction or council decisions on that tonight, but wanted to compile a fairly complete compendium of the history of the station. So everybody's on the same page when we go forward together, thinking about what the appropriate focus and resources for the station are.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Public comments?
Yes, Rafael Menez.
How many over Zoom?
There's two.
Thank you.
Great. So first off, thanks for putting this whole entire document together. It's got a whole bunch of history in it. It's got the old ordinances. It's got the funding breakdowns. It has apparently a whole entire commission that the city authorized all the way on over on page 174, talking about ordinance 97-112 for a cable television access commission. I don't know how long that commission's been lapsed for, but longer than the youth commission, I suspect. I've got a few questions. First off, I'm assuming that the 1/6 split created by the law is shown by PEG as a separate thing from the 300,000 roughly that's split between the city's funding and the the separate funding that's allocated to the station for the 5%. So is it correct to assume that in addition to the 1% set aside, there's also, effectively speaking, 0.8% of the 5% that's set aside for additional funding to PCTV? And then secondly, following on from that, what level of funding is PCTV going to need, not to get back up to pre-Great Recession standards, but just to deal with the increased workload that the report indicates it's going to be dealing with in the near future as more cities go back to in-person stuff, and there's therefore more demands on staff time and equipment and resources. And finally, with regards to funding, if HGTV is funded, what does city staff know roughly what the cost would be for the necessary upgrades on the production end to enable staff to broadcast, or I guess broadcast end, it may not all be production end, but basically what additional costs would be associated with that? And I guess finally, are there sort of any requests that PCTV would like to make, seeing as, you know, they're here and they're being formally foregrounded for once, because most of the time they're just the people behind the scenes that we don't see, and they don't really get to make comments even during the budget process. So, you know, is there anything that PCTV would like to ask for as part of this presentation or as part of this process? That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment.
Cordell Hindler.
You hear me, Roxanne?
Yes.
So, good evening, Mayor Salimi, council, staff. I am Cordell Handler Rich, and first of all, Dave, that was an excellent presentation. I was like, wow. I was looking at all the events, like the car shows and the fireworks. Hopefully, PCTV will do that in July. I love it. So, when I was looking at that slide, I was like, now I watched other city council meetings, you know, in Vallejo, El Cerrito, and Benicia, and I'm like, I said to myself, ooh, I know PCTV could use more additional help, because hopefully once as Rafael had mentioned, once we go back to in-person meetings, no telling when that'll be, they're gonna need all the help they can get, because Pinole here, El Cerrito there, etc. And I'm like, this is gonna be on demand 24/7. So I like the presentation as is, especially like and hopefully PCTV will be at National Night Out. That's it.
Next comment.
Irma Report.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Again, to thank Dave Snell for the excellent presentation. However, I have a lot of concerns regarding the funding, and I want to pursue the idea that Snell be the director of PCTV. Given what he needs, he's been very loyal and dedicated. Without him, PCTV would not exist the way it is. He's excellent what he does. His resume is outstanding. He knows what he's doing. So let's devote our time, give him all he needs to make PCTV what it should be. And Mayor, I know this is not the right time, but I'd like to see also the policies and rules stated for the whole stations 26 and 28 for the public and groups who want to use the station, whatever is in the community. We don't have anything set. It has to be policy and procedure. And I'm very concerned about some things being videotaped, and it's not across the board and equal and fair to everybody. However, and council, please Dave Snell everything he needs. I think that without him, we cannot exist. Again, thank you, Dave, for everything you do. You do need a raise. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person, please.
There are no more public comments.
No more public comments. I'll turn it back for questions and comments from council. Councilmember Thomas, please go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to thank you, Dave, for the report. Couple of questions or something that I would like to see around budget time is, some estimates on equipment that we would need to acquire in order to, have the HD equipment consistent with, what AB 2635 would call for. The other thing is, I know that, in the past, we have had volunteers that have taken cameras out and have filmed swim meets or water polo tournaments. And then there have been high school football games done and either done and videotaped by volunteers or sponsorships. I recalled that, the live football games were done, with the local businesses, doing sponsorships of that. And we have had some members of the high school community, I think just this last year, that had requested that, we go back to doing that. And I don't think we were in a position, to do that, but it would be good to figure out in the fiscal year 22-23 budget, what would the your department need in order to bring us back to some of the service levels that we have previously had. So that's what I'd be interested in seeing. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that a question about, would like him to answer it now? Figure out what?
No, I think that's something that around budget time, I'll be looking for it.
Perfect. For 22-23, what will be the need and how much money you need, Director Snell? I think is the question from Councilmember Thomas, please. And the other one was related to AB 2685 and the volunteers and videotaping the events. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Murphy, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Snell, for your presentation. Really appreciated the videos, the video recap as well. A couple of questions. I think I would also be interested in what you see as recommendations around budget, particularly staffing. I see your business plan from 2003, where I see the PCTV's business plan from 2003. It looks like there was about 80% of the budget was spent on staffing. I don't know if that's in line with our current breakdown now. If that is, that's great. If not, I would love to see some updated numbers on what that looks like, specifically for PCTV. In line with that, if this question can't be answered now, I would love to have an answer to it, but how can we get the live stream of PCTV onto our Facebook page? I've seen some cities and particularly some municipalities like MCE Clean Energy post their live stream as we're having meetings. I'm assuming that's possible, but it would be interesting to me to see how we can make that happen as soon as possible. You talked about rates for organizations, but I didn't see in the report what those rates were. Can you clarify what the rates for organizations who want to utilize PCTV to film their events or activities is?
Would you like me to answer now?
That'd be great.
You have both questions, right? Number one is live stream on Facebook, and number two, it's how soon can you do that? And number
did you have an answer to the first question about live streaming?
Actually, I can tell you that we are now live streaming to YouTube. We haven't made it terribly public, but as a result of closed captioning and providing closed captioning services, we did incorporate a live stream to YouTube. And we're still working to develop that, but I am checking the monitor right now, and it does seem to be working.
Okay, great.
As far as moving to Facebook, if that's your choice, we can do both or one or the other. Next question was,
Dave, I think you need to get a little bit closer to your mic as well. Yeah, thank you.
I should know that, shouldn't I? Thank you.
You taught me well, Dave. Thank you.
The rates.
I'm sitting back so I can take notes. So the next question was the rates for the community events that we charged. In past years, the community events were not charged. They were considered a free public access production. And in many times they were provided staff from volunteers, it was mentioned earlier. When volunteers were not available, PCTV staff would attend the event and create the content. We had significantly more staff and we were able to do so. And this, of course, was previous to the days of the recession and previous to the days of the loss of the redevelopment agency. As a result of those two events accumulating, the budget did have to be tightened and we had to make some sacrifices with regards to those productions. In 2015, 2016, it was revisited as far as the rates that we should be charging. And along with those rates that we charge for our clients, the community groups fell into the same group. There wasn't a special friends and family rate that perhaps could have been considered by the council back then, but it wasn't. And as such, the rates for the clients were too burdensome for the rates such as the Pinole Valley High School graduation. And as a result, we didn't broadcast the last several years of the Pinole Valley High School graduation. Does that answer your question?
Sure, it does. Thank you. And I just want to ask this last question because I see that the business plans from 2003, and then you mentioned the community survey. And from what I can tell from the presentation, that's from 2001. Is there currently either a budget or a process that is being started to perhaps upgrade or update the business plan and or send out another community survey with regards to BCTV?
The business plan update is not under review right now. We can certainly take that up if that's council's direction. I can't speak to the time frame that it would take given our limited staff. With regards to the survey, that was effectively moved forward based on franchise negotiations of 2001. Now that the DFCA supersedes the city's rights for franchise negotiations, the immediate need for having that survey on hand is not as prevalent as it was in past years. But if the council chooses, I'm certain City Manager Andrew might have a comment about that with regards to what we may do in the future as far as meeting that request.
Gotcha. City Manager Murray, I think I've asked this before, but I just wanted to be clear. Is there a standardized process for PCTV at events currently?
Actually, this is probably a better question for Dave. I think it's ebbed and flowed with the staffing levels and requests for community events. So I don't know whether, Dave, you would say there's a standard about PCTV's filming of community events right now.
I'd like to say that it goes back to the bylaws that were drafted in the early 1980s as far as the judgment of the coordinator and or the city. Effectively, we tried to provide equal and fair representation to everybody that had a request. And we were working towards those objectives, and the objectives that were really required, not required, but requested lists from the survey up until the recession. Following the recession, we were just too constrained to be able to move forward and cover everyone's events. And for the most part, most of the events were shut down as far as our participation.
Thank you, Mr. Snell, and thank you, City Manager Murray. Thank you for your report.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Martinez Ruben, and then Councilmember Dave.
Hi, Dave. Thank you for your presentation. Glad to see that you have made it to this point where we hear more about PCTV, and also are asking you to take advantage of the opportunity to tell us even more around budget discussion time. What I think we've been trying to do as a council is follow what the strategic plan has in it as a guide as to what kind of programming or activities we're going to be focusing on. We sometimes stray away from that, but if you could take a look at how PCTV's involvement could follow some of those larger goals within the strategic plan, I think that would trigger some ideas about programming, and then related to that, the need for additional equipment and or staff to make those a reality. A business plan being as dated as 2003, you know that technology and media has changed, and I think we ought to see not only what PCTV has been, but what it could be. Your colleagues or peers in the media could probably help inform that, so that we are not only catching up, that we are current as best possible, as affordably possible, or at least for us to think about what it takes to have a current community-oriented, community-based public access station. The concept of Pinole originated content is, I think, one of the distinctions of a local television station, and to the extent that we can have greater productions, not greater, but ongoing production that is Pinole focused, I think there are opportunities out there about using community talent, if you will, to help assist PCTV in one way or another. I think, volunteers often ask, how can I help? And they're not averse to having a list of what you might need in terms of talent. And that's not only, carrying the equipment, but actually helping out with production, helping out with content. So please think about use as well, augmenting that list of equipment and the costs associated with that, with the skills and talents that could be acquired, if not within the Pinole community, with partners across the cities. An example I can think of is related to code enforcement, and having been approached last year by some training director of a national organization having to do with code enforcement. And we could very well have produced a PSA in collaboration with them. And so that's an example of content, had we been able to carry that, beyond just the idea phase. What does it require for us to do that? What does it require for us to have podcast capability? I don't know whether that's related to PCTV. We're talking only visual media, but as well other media that, if not ancillary, complements what PCTV does. The joke, an example of what I noticed was needed and could be useful was a teleprompter at one time, when we had the privilege as candidates to be televised or be recorded, and making public statements so that we could inform the positions were of the people that they would have an option to vote for. There are a couple of decisions involved in that, I understand, but my point here is to consider as well the applications, the current applications of media, and how we can have some of those available here in Pinole, just to enhance what PCTV can be. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez Ruben. Councilmember Tave.
So I just want to say thank you for the presentation and starting to open this conversation up. I mean, I think a lot of us know that the broadcasting could be better with equipment and all the other things that come along with it. I think we need to have a program, a plan, and what type of equipment you need. I have 23 questions that I'd like to go through. Yeah, I'm kidding.
Only 20.
So, no, I just wanted to ask, I think in city manager, maybe you can clarify. I think ARPA funds do apply here, right? With broadcasting. Is that something that can or possibly be used to bring us up to speed?
I don't recall offhand, but I know that the finance director is going to be recommending that we claim the ARPA funds under the lost revenue clause for the city council to consider, at which point those would be general funds and the city could use for
Okay.
whatever purpose it would like.
Just, I think it's like 4.3 million that was left over. I mean, maybe we just have that discussion once all the research and specifications for equipment and all that stuff come out. So I just wanted to make sure that there was some funding source that might be out there that's applicable. But thank you for the presentation and look forward to hearing more.
Excellent. Thank you, Director Snell. So we listened to the council members and they're basically asking you to come back with a clear definition of what you need or what you want for 2023, 2022, 2023. And council member Martinez Ruben mentioned again the fact that reaching out to the volunteers and having a new business plan and how PCTV could help by looking at the strategic plan and making sure that we're meeting those strategic plan. And Councilmember Tave also talk about better broadcasting quality, but I think you are operating on a 1980 equipment and trying to produce something that looks like 2023. So you have 50 years ahead in your mind, but you have 50 years behind in the equipment.
If I may, we are fairly close with the HD conversion. We're down to a few converter boxes, and I'm optimistic that we can bring some of the HD components around sooner than later. With regards to the volunteers, that is something absolutely we want to develop and reutilize again, because that's how we develop the synergy. But getting to that point, that pivotal point where the synergy is moving forward, that is a challenge, and that does take time.
Thank you, Director Snell. That concludes our report for tonight, and we look forward to hear back during the budget. Thank you, sir. That concludes item number 12B. Then I will move on to item number 13. Citizen to be heard. Madam City Clerk, do we have any citizen who wish to talk who hasn't spoken yet?
Cordell Hindler.
Hasn't spoken before, correct?
No, he did not speak.
Okay.
To the first citizens to be heard.
Good evening, sir. Please go ahead.
So good evening, Mayor Salini, Council. My name is Pinole and I'm a Richmond resident. So I have three things to say. So number one, I think Heather Bell has done an incredible job. She has made sure that the agenda packets are out in a timely manner. So I give kudos to Heather on that. That's one. Number two is I was disappointed that that I was looking at the employee incentive program. I'm thinking that I was not in support of it because I have talked to other cities around us that have done class and comp studies. I had spoken with the city of Berkeley, and they have worked with a consultant on this project. And in order for you to retain and bring in new employees, there has to be a class and comp study. And I did look at the strategic plan under retaining employees. And for what I saw, it said that there was no money allocated for to hire a consultant to work on the study. And I'm thinking that there has to be funding somewhere. So that's two. And then number three is I really do appreciate the Anne Moriarty and her team came in talking to the council about the cleanup. And I'm thinking that it's good to see some young people speaking to you all, and I figure that shows courage to me. So we need to have more people like that come to these meetings. And so far, I'm just enjoying it every minute of it. So that's it.
Thank you. No more public comments. Then
No
I
more-
will.
No more public comments.
Thank you. Then I will move on to item number 14, which is the adjournment to the special city council meeting of April 2022 on April 26th in remembrance of Amber Schwartz and also in remembrance of Mr. Bill Journey. And I would invite the chief of police gang to talk on behalf about Mr. Journey. Please go ahead, chief.
I think this is on. Oh, it is? Okay. Sorry about that. So just wanted to report out that. Sure. All right. It's late or early. Just want to report out that our officers responded to a call yesterday. And there was a victim that was down. He was not breathing. Unfortunately, it turned out to be one of our posse members, Bill Journey. Bill Journey was one of our original posse members, and unfortunately, Bill passed away yesterday. So just a difficult time for the organization, particularly for the officers that have to respond and see one of our volunteers that we tried to help and we were not able to save. So difficult time. So we're just asking for prayers and also thoughts and prayers for their family. And we'll be hopefully doing something for Bill in the future, memorializing his service to the community. But his wife wanted to share with everybody that he loved being a volunteer for our city. He loved this city. Was only a member of our city for about 4 years, came from Atlanta, but really loved the city, loved everything that was going on in the city. You often saw him in here with several gentlemen when it came to topics that he was really passionate about. But she said that he really enjoyed himself as a posse member. And one of the things that she was really proud about, that he used to drive home in the car while he was working so she could take pictures of him in his police car. So I thought that was really interesting story. And then the other thing was his passion and love for Milo. So yesterday we had Milo come to the house, and I spent some time with the family yesterday while they were waiting to do figure out what they were going to do with Bill. So it's a difficult time for us. I just wanted to share with everybody that we're really going to miss him and really appreciate his time and his commitment to this community, because he's touched a lot of people. While I was here in 4 years, you won't meet one person that say anything bad about Bill Journey. He was always out helping the community and looking for people to help. And another story that she shared is that I guess there were some holes in the Little League field. He arranged to get some dirt put in the Little League field and smoothed out. Didn't ask anybody. He just got it done. And that's the type of people that we really want to cherish and just remember. And our thoughts and condolences go out to him and his family at this time.
Thank you, Chief. All our condolences to his family. Thank you on behalf of the city. I will then adjourn to the special city council meeting of April 26, 2022 in remembrance of Amber Schwartz and Bill Journey. Thank you, everybody. Good night.